team, and we are facilitating the work you will be doing today and tomorrow. So on behalf of CEI, welcome to this summit today. So we will have an opportunity for you all to learn about and meet some of the primary planners of your work for today and tomorrow, and in here in just a second. And then if you wouldn't mind in the chat putting, we'd love to know who's here, who you are, and I think Rexy is going to offer a poll as one way that we can learn of the various sectors of folks who are represented in our work today. In addition, if you'd like to put your name and organization, that would be great too. There's your poll. If you wouldn't mind just letting us know who you represent, what organization or sector, that would be wonderful. All right, if we could get a couple more of you to put in your primary affiliation on the poll, that would be great. And then we'll see who's here and then we'll get that out of the way. So it'll be off your screen. Nice mixture invited today. So thank you for being here. Okay, Rexy, if we could go ahead and close that poll. Thank you for that. You can see who your neighbors are. All right, so the folks who worked on planning your days are here, and I'd like to give them just a minute to introduce themselves, and I'll call the organization, and whoever's here to represent that organization can say hi, and then we'll end with Andy, and you can take it from there, Andy. Okay, so Justice Matters. We have someone here from Justice Matters.
I'm John Crable. I'm here from Justice Matters.
Thanks, John.
Mm-hmm.
Housing Coalition. We have someone who's here representing the Housing Coalition that was working on our team to put this together. All right, I'll come back. How about from the city?
Good morning, everybody. Brandon McGuire. I'm an assistant city manager with the city of Lawrence and very happy to be here.
Thanks, Brandon. And the county.
Good morning, Jill Joliker, assistant county administrator for Douglas County.
Thanks, Jill. Bert
Bob Tryansky, director of behavioral health projects for Douglas County.
Thanks, Bob. Bert Nash.
Matthew Falk, director of housing, Bert Nash Community Mental Health Center.
Thank you, Matthew. And then Andy with KDADS.
Fun times. Okay, so I actually have a few other KDADS folks that are on the line. So if you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourself, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm Charlie Bartlett. I'm with KDADS. I'm director of adult services.
Oh, I see you're on mute.
I should know that by now, right? Melissa Bogart Starkey, Housing, Employment, and Benefits Program Manager.
And I'm Andy Brown. I'm the Commissioner for Behavioral Health Services at KDADS. And I'm excited to have everybody here today. We feel like we've got really a neat opportunity right now to take advantage of federal funds that are coming into the state and help leverage additional federal funds that are coming into the city and the county as part of the Rescue Plan Act. And so today we'll get into like what our purpose is and everything, but I did just want to take a minute to thank everybody that's help pull this together. We've pulled it together in a pretty short amount of time. And, so I'm anticipating that things will go pretty smoothly because we've got, expert facilitators with us today. But also, if there are any hiccups or issues, please just bear with us as we've been, very busy with everything that's been going on. But I do appreciate the fact that everybody's here today and has come to the table to help us sort of tackle this issue and topic. We do think that there's a great opportunity in front of us if we can figure out a way to come together and address that as a community. And so I see our goal for this summit really to try to come up with a framework that will connect all the activity that's happening in Lawrence already, but also to look at how we can work on addressing some of the areas where maybe we haven't been able to make as much progress, or we might need additional investment or support. Obviously, at KDADS, our interest is particular to folks that have disabilities. And with behavioral health services, we're specifically focused in on populations of severe and persistent mental illness and substance use disorders. So we'll be inviting some other folks to come and talk to us today about what's going on with Kansas Housing Resource Programs. And we'll be doing some overview of federal funds that might be touching other areas, for example, the school districts. So as we're looking at all that stuff, please just keep in mind that we still don't have a lot of information from the federal government about how many of these programs might roll out. But we do think that we have enough information to share with you today that it can provide you with a good base of knowledge about what pockets of money are available and how we might be able to braid some of those together to really provide a strong net of safety for individuals in Lawrence and Douglas County that might be suffering from homelessness or at-risk housing. Okay, so Seth, I'll turn it back over to you and Joyce.
All right, so I want to reiterate and checking this with Andy and with everyone else gathered. So our understanding is that the goal of this work is to delineate a framework to connect all of the efforts that are happening in Lawrence and Douglas County, to identify areas where more investment and support may be needed, and to provide information on funding that may be available and think about how to access it and braid it together moving forward. I'm looking for some head nods or some thumbs ups or some, okay. So when we all get distracted today, and we all will get distracted today, let's come back and remember that those are the reasons that we're here together. My name is Seth Bate, staff at the Community Engagement Institute. We're part of Wichita State University. I think most of you were on earlier when Joyce greeted you. Our team has the opportunity to support your work today with a little bit of technology, and that primarily today means RexiQ. Thank you for being part of the team, Rexy. And some facilitation and note-taking and order keeping. And that's going to be a revolving team, but it includes me and Joyce, whom you've met, and Carrie. Thanks for being here, Carrie. And you'll also see Megan and Zane popping in from time to time as part of our team. I think all of you have been around people who've been in these facilitation roles before, so this won't surprise you. We're not here as experts in your content or as people who've lived your experience. We're here to help you have more efficient, more effective, more productive conversations, and to help you stay accountable to the goals that you have for this time. I am going to suggest a few ways of working together that we think will be important, and we will help you support. One of those is to do your best to stay on topic. I know you all are multifaceted people in multifaceted organizations, and we're going to do our best to talk about one thing at a time. And we're going to recognize that that's going to require some grace as we go, because these issues are incredibly adaptive and multi-connected, right? But we're going to aim for staying on topic within the limits of these challenging topics. We're going to suggest, in moments where it's difficult to figure out who should speak next or if you should get in, if you are having any hesitance, please use the raise hand feature or use the chat. We don't ever want to lose an important comment or question or thought from you. Some of us are pretty natural in the online space, and some of us still find it a little clunky. It's great at any point to come off mute, ask a question, answer a question. And at the same time, if you want to be called on, or if you're afraid that you're getting left behind, use that feature to raise your hand and let us know you want to speak, and or use the chat. And we're going to suggest that this is a space where we're going to need to honor and respect differing opinions and experiences. We are not expecting that at 4:01 today, you will have absolute consensus on everything that you believe around these topics. And I'm not sure that would be productive anyway. And we're going to ask that you assume that the people who are gathered here have positive intent and all come with their different experiences, and those have shaped their opinions and perspectives. Are there other things that we ought to consider as we work together today that would help you do your best work? Well, then let's make that a transition. And I'll acknowledge this next piece of work is as much for our team as it is for you. We know that the language that we use matters, and we know that we're not all going to get all of the language right, but we do want to set ourselves up for some shared understanding of language related to housing and homelessness. And Carrie, I think you've got a resource to help us do that.
Hi, yes, I do. So on your screen, hopefully you should see the list. And excuse me while I scroll up for a moment. But these are common terms, phrases, and concepts. And Rexy, if you wouldn't mind dropping that document in the chat as well, so folks can save a copy if they want. These are some terms that we anticipate hearing today, and also want to acknowledge that not everybody might be familiar with them. Not everybody speaks the jargon of this work who is here today. So we wanted to share this with you and walk through. And Missy, if I'm not mistaken, I think you were going to help us walk through some of these terms. So if you let me know where to scroll on the page, I will navigate.
So I say we just start from the top with the Built for Zero and kind of go through the list, if that's okay with everyone.
Yep. So out of curiosity, how many folks have been part of the Built for Zero effort locally? All right. So I think one of the things that that I wanted to highlight with Built for Zero is that there is a a section of that really kind of hones in and focuses on housing first. And that is an area that's of particular interest to KDADS, as it is designed to help address folks that have chronic homelessness and are experiencing serious mental illness or substance use disorders or even co-occurring issues. So that's an area of Built for Zero that we have a particular interest in. And I'd be kind of curious to hear what other folks have to say about Built for Zero, and maybe share what your experiences are around that.
Could we have a few folks share some experiences?
I guess I can speak that, we've just started this in the last year in Douglas County, or over the last year in Douglas County. And I know that our team is pretty solid. We communicate pretty regularly about that. But experience-wise beyond that, we are still creating our lists and trying to identify everyone that we can.
And
Oh, go ahead.
no, please, Jill, go ahead.
I would just offer that the city and the county entered into an agreement with Built for Zero with the intent that we would be able to take a systemic approach to understanding issues of homelessness in the community. And the process that we've gone through has been true to that form. We have gotten an understanding of how our system is set up, everything from the way that the Kansas, the balance of state for the COC, some of the terms that are in this document, is set up, and how our community lives within that framework, and how we operate on a local level, and how we support the systems locally to support folks that are experiencing homelessness in the community. We're at the beginning stages of that, but it is a systems-based approach to understanding how we can be set up for a to successfully serve folks experiencing homelessness and prevent homelessness, starting with what we can learn around ending chronic homelessness. We are focused on ending chronic homelessness by 2023 is our goal, but the goal of this program is not to end homelessness. It is to make homelessness less frequent and for shorter periods of time. But the goal of the Built for Zero initiative is not to end homelessness. It is to end chronic homelessness as a starting point. And we hope to move on to learn more about how we can look at our families experiencing homelessness in the community as well. But right now we really are digging into our chronic homeless population, whom I know many of the folks that have joined us today would agree is perhaps where we should be focusing a lot of our efforts. But that's I'll stop talking about it.
Yeah, no, that's great. And Matthew, would you like to talk about functional zero and what the meaning behind that is?
Sure. So the overall goal of Built for Zero is to reach a point that's called functional zero. And functional zero, it differs from absolute zero in the sense that absolute zero would be that there would be no one in the community that's experiencing homelessness ever. Functional zero is that there are functionally no one who would enter into a state of homeless and who would stay there for a long period of time, or for a period of time in which they would become chronically homeless. So functional zero is that there's a system in place that provides expedited, quick, responsive services for people who are experiencing homelessness, and is able to connect them with the resources they need to exit homelessness in a timely fashion. And so there's functionally at any given time no reason for anyone to remain or stay in a state of homelessness.
Thank you. And does anybody have a question about functional zero? Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. Missy, do you want to talk about coordinated entry?
So I can talk briefly about coordinated entry, but I think Lawrence is Tuck is, David, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. So coordinated
Do
entry.
you want to talk about?
Sure, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Coordinated entry is a system where we have multiple access points throughout the community for people to be able to come into any place where they might be able to receive help. And then from there, they can be referred to the coordinated entry system that then can figure out which is the best place in town to assist them, which fund source is the best way to assist them, and then get them referred to that funding source or that service, so that, you know, if someone shows up at say Catholic Charities, but they are fleeing domestic violence, there's a quick and easy door for them to be accessed, to get access to say Willow Domestic Violence Center. You know, it's a concept of there being no wrong door. Anybody can come in and we'll find the right service for you. It entails meetings, multiple meetings a month. We usually meet every 2 weeks or so, and where we do case conferencing on people to figure out what the correct referral destination would be, as well as if they would be eligible for any of the various programs in town, such as rapid rehousing, homelessness prevention, things like that.
Thank you, Tuck. Shanae, I know you're on as well. Do you want to speak from the Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition side?
Yes, thank you. So Tucker explained it pretty well. So the Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition, we operate the system statewide. So the entire balance of state for the continuum of care, which includes 101 counties. And it is pretty much what Tucker said about the key aspect of it is a referral system to match those experiencing homelessness or those at risk of homelessness to an appropriate program that has availabilities at that moment in time to try to get them linked to that agency as quickly as possible. Another key aspect of coordinated entry is the data and reporting system of it. So we would be able to see how many people were successfully referred, successfully accepted, and then if they were accepted into a program, then how many of those actually achieved housing by the end of that program for that agency. So we're able to dive deep to determine if the system is working, if we need to tweak it, because as you know, different regions have different needs, different counties has different needs than the rest of the state. So we're able to align that coordinated entry system specifically for that specific region. And Douglas County is their own region. So we are able to work with Tucker to make the coordinated entry system work specifically for Douglas County.
Thank you so much for that, Shanae. I appreciate it. And as far as KDAD's role in that, we actually have the contract with Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition, and we work very closely with them since the COVID pandemic. We actually created a new referral source where if we have emergency crisis calls come in, then we do immediate referrals over to Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition, and they will assist with the VI SPDAT or screening and take the case.
Okay, and then for diversion, diversion's something that comes up frequently in a lot of areas of human services, and uh, I feel like we wanted to just make sure that we had kind of a clear definition for everybody today, that when we're talking about diversion for the summit, what we're really talking about is diverting people from homelessness. So this is the definition that we wanted to share for that. And I wanted to just check and see if anybody had questions about how that reads, or if everybody's clear on what we mean when we say diversion. Okay. And then Missy, do you
Actually,
wanna-
Andy, sorry, this is Renee.
Mhm.
I did have a thing about diversion. I think sometimes we encounter people who are in diversion who are also at risk of imminently losing their housing.
Yep.
So they may be currently housed, or they may be already actually homeless. So I would just add that, and we just want to, that process is just about what can we do to preserve shelter and other homeless interventions that we provide through coordinated entry as really like a last resort. And so that's in the diversion process, what we're working through with clients. Is anything else that is safe for you, that is a viable option for immediately remedying your homelessness or helping prevent it, is important, and it preserves shelter and rapid rehousing as services of last resort.
That's a good point, Renee.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Renee said. The diversion is actually diverting the household or the client from needing the shelter bed space, because that's so limited. So looking for other options in order to get them diverted from shelter space on their way to housing or maintain housing.
Yeah. Thank you.
We made that edit to the definition.
Yeah. And then Missy, do you want to just go over the definition for homelessness, and then we can talk about those questions at the bottom?
Sure. So homelessness, and we're just going to give you a broad definition right now, as you see on the screen, but you can actually link on to the hyperlink to get the actual HUD definition. And I can tell you that when I started in behavioral health, this was the hardest definition for me to fully wrap my head around. And the main reason is because Social Security has one definition of homelessness, Department of Corrections has a definition of homelessness, KDADS has a definition of homelessness. Prior to us coming on, we have now and are now aligning with HUD's definition of homelessness so that we can try to inform the providers and keep in touch with the providers and give the consumers eligibility processes that they can follow. Because I think that's a really hard thing. Lots of times when you're a consumer, you're homeless, you're living on the streets, you're struggling every day, and you try to reach out to a provider and get help, and you don't meet the definition of homelessness, is really confusing. So I think that the homelessness definition for HUD and chronic homelessness definitions are really important for us to be able to share with the consumers and consumers' families. And I work with the providers on a regular basis regarding this. Homelessness often is defined by differently depending upon the organization providing the definition. Lack of stable and appropriate housing can look several ways. Living on the street, moving between temporary shelters, friends, families, emergency shelters, living in a private boarding house without a private bathroom or 10-year security. What does it mean to the community, and what does it mean to the funders? And those are questions I'd send back to the audience.
Does anybody have anything that they want to share about the definitions that the city and the county are using?
I just want to thank you for posing those questions of what does it mean to the community and what does it mean to the funders. I think that those are really great questions for us to consider, because there are situations that people find their community members in that they believe are, that are untenable and are that are dangerous situations, but don't look like, from a certain point of service delivery, a homeless situation. So I think that's a good way to frame it.
Okay, so then we'll just move on to chronic homelessness. People who have experienced homelessness for at least a year or repeatedly while also struggling with a disabling condition such as severe mental illness, substance use, physical disabilities, normally defined as a single individual or head of household. And underneath that, they have some statistics from NAMI, as well as the hyperlink to HUD's definition of chronic homelessness.
And so, Jill, I think you spoke a little bit about this earlier about the focus on chronic homelessness. Do you want to talk a little bit more about how the city and the county are approaching that as a definition? Maybe not. Okay. So what I'm wondering, maybe Matt, would you be able to kind of address that, like how the Built for Zero is addressing chronic homelessness as a definition?
Yeah. I think that's for all intents and purposes, that is the definition that we're using. The caveat being is that whether they have a disabling condition or not in the form of like they're receiving disability or they've had some kind of official diagnosis or anything like that is not something that we're going to, that's not the priority. The priority is that folks who have been in that condition for a long period of time. So the time length is really the priority in how we're utilizing that definition and how we're applying that locally.
Okay. So then do we want to move on to the sheltered versus unsheltered definitions? And I think those are pretty straightforward, but I just wanted to kind of check in and make sure that everybody was on the same page with that. If those terms come up and you hear those terms today, really what we're referring to is the difference between people that are in temporary shelter versus in places that aren't meant for human habitation. And then the next one is something that I'll talk you'll probably hear me say braided funding about 500 times between now and the end of the summit. But when we talk about braiding versus blending, with braiding, we're talking about coordinating multiple funding sources, but all of that is tracked separately for reporting purposes. Whereas when you blend funds, it combines the funding together, and that it's not separately tracked. Right? Is the main.
I think it's so important that you shared that because I come from more the programming and funding side than the case management or social services aspect. And to me, it does often come up as a barrier when you're trying to explain why you can't just spend that money however, and why you can't just pool it with something else. So and especially if we're seeking funding or we're looking at a collaborative effort, we have to be very mindful of how you pool that money, how you track that money, how you report it, how we use it. And it is, if we do this as a collaborative effort, we're going to have both of those, we're going to have blending, we're going to have grading. It's going to depend on the funder. It's going to depend on the project. It's going to depend on the outcome. So I know I am not, I have Shanae, thank goodness, who's an amazing case manager and understands coordinated entry, and I'm more on the top end of the program level. But it is just as important as what we do, because it does secure the funding going forward. No funding, no help. So it's a balancing scale of making sure that you're being mindful of how you use your funding, how you solicit it, how you report it, because that ensures your funding stream and ensures that we have funding for services. So even though it seems redundant to repeat it, unless you're coming from the funding side like I am, it is not just common knowledge. It's not just a general understanding. So I appreciate you taking time to do that, because sometimes I spend a lot of time trying to explain that, from the funding side, that, yeah, we want to get the money. However, there's rules and there's guidelines and we have things that we do, even if what we know is best way to use the money is not necessarily how we're going to get it or what it looks like reporting back. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah. And so when we talk about braiding funding, one of the examples I often use is how school districts are funded, right? Because a lot of folks at the local level tend to be familiar with school districts, but it's almost like if you're trying to fund a large program, right, that's going to provide a lot of services to different populations or different, maybe different levels of definition, those kinds of things. Oftentimes that money comes in buckets, right? And you might have 5 or 6 different buckets that have funding in them. But when you're working with an individual case, that case may be in a situation where they qualify for 3 out of the 5 buckets and not the other 2. And so when we're looking at kind of like our framework and our discussion around what we would like to do with the federal funding that's coming in the door, a lot of that money is going to be in buckets. And it's also a reality that there will be federal funding that's going to the city, federal funding that's going to the county, federal funding that's going to the state. And there's going to be separate reporting requirements for all of that. And so I want there to be an awareness that there's a complexity to it. But that if we do this well, the result is that we can come up with a fairly comprehensive system that addresses most of the need in the community, regardless of what individual bucket people fall into. Does that make sense? Okay. Seth, how are we doing on time? Do we want to go over this budgeting info stuff, or do we want to save that for later?
We're fine on time if you want to go ahead and knock that out now.
Okay. Well, so with this budgeting information that's been provided, I think it's just kind of an overview of some of what's available currently as sort of reauthorizable funding from Congress. And I'm not sure how much information we've provided here, but these are the HUD programs essentially. And we've invited KHRC here today to talk about ESG specifically, and also Maria from the city to talk about what's currently happening with the ESG program. And so if you guys would like to go ahead and talk a little bit about how ESG works within the state perspective and the city perspective, we could do that now if you guys are ready.
I think we have our KHRC friends. I'm not sure Maria has joined us.
Okay.
Would that make it better to wait till after the break for that?
Yeah, we could go ahead and take a break and then come back to it if you want to.
Well, so we have some work to do between now and 10:15.
Okay. All right. Let's do that work then.
All right.
All right. So before we move on from those terms and definitions, are there any questions or any terms that we should add to that list?
I have two things. One, and we may talk about this later today, but rapid rehousing, I think, is one that would be important, because when you sit in coordinated entry, the funds that through ESG, so this may come up, the rapid rehousing funds that Bert Nash administers, there's some pretty strict guidelines around who can and can't, how you can be eligible for that. And as I've learned from Matthew, you know, it's not that rapid. They're doing the best they can, and they're doing an amazing job with that grant. But I think that there are different approaches to rapid rehousing that I know other partners in the community are looking at. And I'm thinking of Lawrence Community Shelter and their approaches. So I think we're trying to address the barriers that the federal rapid rehousing program presents to us. But I think when we talk about it in terms of funding from the federal government for rapid rehousing and also through the state for ESG, there's some guardrails on that that folks should be mindful of. And I know that was really eye-opening to our county commissioners when we had a conversation with them last year with some of the partners in this room. When we talk about rapid rehousing, it's not that rapid and it's real complicated. The last thing I was going to say, you may have heard this already, but I don't know if it's Maria from the city that's supposed to talk about ESG or if it's Danny Walters. Somebody else may have said that.
And I'm not sure I fully heard that acronym that you said. Was it ESG?
Yes, the Emergency Solutions Grant.
I would add to that this is part of a wider conversation, kind of going back to what Andy was talking about when you're talking about funding and buckets, that certain funding streams have certain requirements, and that those requirements both restrict who those funds are available for, and they also create process that has to be completed before the funds can come into play to provide the service that they're intended to provide. Those two things, when you combine them together, make for a scenario that can make the funding usage bulky or a little awkward or clunky, but is also hard, I think, as well as important for the community to understand. And it's important when we're talking about funds and how we're using funds, and when we're making plans for the use of funds, that we understand those processes, not only so we can have a realistic expectation for the outcomes and how those outcomes will be realized, but so we can make an educated effort in designing a plan for the use of those funds.
Well, and I think it's important, I know we're focused on ESG right now, but I think it's important to understand what those funding streams look like from ESG, because even though there's rapid rehousing, there's different funding. COC has different funding. You know, there's permanent supportive housing, emergency services, there's shelter, there's rapid rehousing, there's street outreach. So I think understanding the complexity and requirements for each one of those funding streams, whether it's COC funding or ESG funding or even private funding, you know, what do they look like? What are the definitions? What are the requirements? Because I think as we approach trying to solicit someone else to come in and be a partner as well on a financial side, we need to speak the language that the programs speak, that the funding streams speak, because not everybody's going to be best placed in rapid rehousing. Some are going to need COC permanent supportive housing. Do we have that? What does that look like? And I'm speaking that from a COC side because to move funding around the state where it's always been placed. And historically, it has been very dominantly placed in certain areas only. And as we grow, we are being more mindful of where that goes and where the needs are and what types of needs. So I think not just defining rapid rehousing, but defining the funding streams for each of our primary, and I'm going to say HUD funded or HUD derived funding programs. That way that we can understand when we're saying rapid rehousing COC versus rapid rehousing ESG, permanent supportive housing versus shelter, that we are all speaking the same language and on the same page with a true firm understanding of what each of those means, if that makes sense.
I'd also like to put in a plug for populations of folks that are often undercounted because of HUD definition and the limitations thereof. So 60% of the households that Family Promise of Lawrence serves each year are not qualified according to the HUD definition of homelessness or houselessness, and yet they do not have a place to stay. So we need to consider seniors and families. The definition of homelessness from the Department of Education is different than HUD. And Family Promise National is working to advocate for that change at the HUD level with Secretary Fudge right now, which is encouraging, but we can't forget this large group of our community.
I think that's a great observation, Dana, because yeah, the HUD definition really needs to be reworked in today's world. It doesn't count people, for those of you who aren't aware, it doesn't count people who are doubled up. And that means if you're staying on a family member's couch with your 3 kids, you're not homeless. And that's crazy. So yeah, I think we're all pretty aware of how that's a problematic definition. The problem is that because HUD provides so much funding for people, that is the definition that we need to use a lot of the time.
Correct. And this group of people that does this couch surfing thing are incredibly vulnerable to a lot of trafficking and just horrors. So it's really an urgent issue.
Sure.
Thank you all for speaking to that. Carrie, you might have seen this, but we have a couple other terms in the chat that folks have asked us to create a little clarity on. Leah and Jasmine and Missy all said it would be helpful to discuss a definition for houselessness. Would one of you 3 like to get us started for what a useful common definition of houselessness could be?
I'll chime in. And I'm not sure what their intention was, but I think this speaks directly to what Dana and David were just speaking about, that there are folks who are without housing, yet who do not meet the definition of homelessness. So they don't have a permanent place to live or a place to live that is contractually or possessively theirs. But they may be on someone's couch, or they may be staying with someone else. They may be in a hotel room. They may be in some other form of shelter, but that is not a form of housing in the sense of what we consider a home to be when a household has their own home.
That seems really helpful, Matthew. It looks like Jasmine's feeling okay about that. Other folks who want to shape a definition of houselessness here?
I think that term, the term houseless, kind of comes directly from grassroots organizing that people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness are engaged in. So it comes directly from kind of those groups. And so it's kind of hard to define without their input. And I think it also speaks a little bit to the sense that unsheltered houseless folks work to create community sort of wherever they are. So they don't necessarily feel like they don't have a home, but they feel like the problem is that they don't have housing. So I feel like they feel that they're skilled at building community wherever they are, but that they're entitled to the dignity and the enfranchisement that only permanent housing affords. And so that's kind of in my conversations with folks where that term comes from. But again, I think it's really important to consider how people experiencing homelessness want to be labeled or defined, because I've also talked to folks, maybe folks in the shelter, who find that term to be really weird and off-putting. So I don't think there's like uniform acceptance that referring to people as houseless is somehow better or more dignified than saying experiencing homelessness. So I just wanted to clarify that, because sometimes in our like spaces as service providers or advocates, we can get like a little wonky with our language or a little like pretentious. And, you know, some people really value the term houseless and other people are off put by it. So
I appreciate that, Renee. We also had a suggestion for creating a little more clarity around the idea of what outreach means. Brandon or Jill, would one of you get us started there?
If you want,
I think he's trying to jump in, but yeah, I would actually ask if Matthew might want to contribute to that.
Well, thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, no problem. So outreach and outreach teams and outreach service have been in existence for a long time across the country in various different places in the country. And I think it is important to talk about this because there are other types of services that people may confuse with outreach, such as case management or service or care coordination or resource navigation, et cetera. In its kind of purest form, originally, what outreach is an attempt to go connect with people who are experiencing homelessness or in any field of service, to connect with folks who you're targeting for that given service and to inform them of the resources that are available and to help them connect with the different agencies or organizations that provide the resources that are available for them. So really connecting with people and then connecting those people with resources. That connection piece with the household of need involves building rapport, building trust, providing information, and providing some very, in the sense of homelessness, providing very basic resources, some food for that day, some clothing, some equipment to deal with the weather, water, hygiene items, etc. That kind of service is different than, for example, case management, which is typically a much longer service in most situations, and where outreach connects people with resources. Case management may also do that and can also do that, but case management is also there to help people perform the activities of daily living that they need to accomplish in their lives and help them basically manage their overall service needs and that are associated with whatever those needs are. Typically, case management in its formal sense takes place in the medical field, both in mental and physical health. There are physical health case managers as well as mental health case managers. And that is, in a real way, a much more comprehensive, in-depth service than what I would call it pure outreach. I think for the purposes of the local continuum of care here in Douglas County, when we talk about outreach, we are also talking about case management capacity to not only connect with folks who have a need and connect them with resources, but to also walk alongside them and provide some more of those in-depth case management, intensive case management services. But when you're talking about pure service definitions, there's a significant difference historically between outreach and case management.
Thank you for that clarity. And I saw a little bit of conversation in chat. So is there another discussion that we need to have around the definition of racial equity? I saw a definition in the chat. And yeah, Jill, is it okay to use your definition in the document?
I mean, I just copied and pasted what Community Solutions, who's the parent organization for Built for Zero, and I like their definition. So if there's consensus that that's a good for this, I just don't want to do it without having consensus of the group. But it does speak to what Sherilyn offered in the chat, which is that point in time count that was mentioned before. Does show that we have a disproportionate number of Black and Brown folks that are in that count.
I learned such an interesting fact yesterday about our racial disparities in homelessness and the disproportionality that across the state of Kansas, it's actually Native Americans who have the highest disproportionality of experiencing homelessness. And then African Americans are next over that. But I think at the shelter, we serve 10% of folks who are Native American. Of course, that's a really high rate. And so, yeah, I just wanted to offer that.
Thank you. That's interesting to hear.
Yeah, at Family Promise of Lawrence, it's 17%, Renee, is a Native American population.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that is particular to the Lawrence Douglas County area with the presence of Haskell and like where we're situated within the state, that we do tend to see a larger Native American population here as a whole. And so it certainly makes sense that we would see, you know,
I think we
the over representation, right? Yeah.
Right. And I think we recognize it in Lawrence Douglas because we're engaged with the Haskell Nation and the Haskell tribe. But speaking from a COC level, one of the challenges we have on a statewide is we do not have or not have been successful engaging a lot of the tribes. There's a level of distrust and disengagement. So to be fair, that number is probably not even close to accurate if we were really able to engage them and report them and support them, but we don't have that confidence from them or trust or level of engagement. And that's absolutely something that is a conversation we're actually having. I'm sitting on a statewide effort for Indigenous peoples that is leading to how do you approach, how do you engage, and so forth. So if we were fair with ourselves, I think it would probably double that once we actually have the ability to document, report and relate with the various tribes. I don't even remember the number of different tribes identified in Kansas is a significant number. I don't remember how many, but is that what it is, Maria? 4 significant. So Maria actually probably could speak to more of what I'm saying with a little more definition and expertise, because I'm just speaking broad, but I think Maria could support what I'm saying is we don't have those relationships or ability to report or even support them. So hi, Maria.
Absolutely. Right on. And just to piggyback on that, as I'm enrolled Menominee from Wisconsin, just from experience, tribes generally feel that their funding only comes from a federal level. Therefore, they don't engage in the state. That is potentially why the numbers are so high for Indigenous people.
Thanks for that, Maria. And thank you all for your contributions and additional definitions. That was helpful to hear and to make sure that we touched on those things that are important to you that you think are going to come up throughout our conversations today. We'd like to spend a couple of minutes this morning doing a little bit of priority setting. We're going to talk a lot about many different facets of homelessness and houselessness as an issue. And So keeping in mind what you heard earlier today as the purpose of our conversation for our time together, which I'm going to go ahead and paste in the chat again, as being, if our purpose is to create a framework to connect all the efforts in Lawrence and Douglas County, identify areas where more investment or support might be needed, and provide information on the funding that may be available, and think about how to braid it together. So if that's our big purpose today, what stands out to you as being most important to address of the issues that you know happening in your work or lived experiences?
I'll chime in. I would say dedicated housing stock.
Good.
And I would offer alignment of efforts. We have a lot of programs, but we're not really aligning or partnering our funding. You know, sometimes we have funding for housing, but not case management or workforce support or medical. And we are, I mean, Missy and I have done extensive work this year just on the medical side, but I think that if everybody brought their pieces to the table, that would build a true, what we refer to, I think you guys all know, as wraparound case management. Even if we're not the only one doing all of it, we worked collaboratively with each and every person to end homelessness or address other barriers, issues that could lead to housing instability. So,
yeah, in addition to housing stock and that significant, appropriate workforce that can provide wraparound services.
I'm going to add two off of both of those points. One would be housing stock for supportive housing. And the other one is prevention of homelessness, real proactive program.
Yeah, this is Sandra Dixon at DECA. I think I'd like to add, I'm going to add on to what Dana said, a continuum of housing options based on the needs of the folks who are needing housing.
Okay, I'm going to ask us to pause really quickly so Seth can catch up on his notes. Seth, are you doing okay?
I think I am, and I'll just remind folks, we're looking for the highest level, most important things today. We're going to have plenty of time to move to more specific strategies as we go on.
Thank you, Seth.
This is Leah. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Leah. Go ahead.
Sorry, Renee. This is Leah with, I recently took a position as the Affordable Housing Administrator from the city, but most of my experience has been with the United Way of Douglas County. So in this community, looking at these issues. And one thing that I noticed from that vantage point, it seemed to me that housing and homelessness in our community are often discussed as two separate and distinct issues. And homeless folks that are homeless providers and working on issues of rapid rehousing and homelessness are sort of over here. And then housing folks are over here. And even looking at our the housing plan and our community health plan, it doesn't actually address homelessness. And it has seemed that we need a really strong collective impact effort that brings together these two issues of recognizing that they are the same issue, and that affordable housing and housing is homelessness prevention, and really local leadership in doing collective impact efforts that address both of those areas. Mm-hmm. But I may be off base. That's just my experience sort of doing collective impact around anti-poverty efforts.
I agree with you, Leah, and I think those are really good points. Kind of in the same way, housing and health are connected issues, and housing is public health. And we've learned that this year, sort of more than ever. And so as we're talking about braided funding models or blended funding models, the challenge is going to be, how do we wrap in care into all of the efforts that we're making to provide housing and remedy homelessness. The lack of access to supportive services and healthcare for folks who are experiencing homelessness in Kansas is just such a huge barrier. So that's really, I think, going to be a real challenge that requires a lot of critical program development planning and work, is how do we wrap in support with everything that we're doing or generating.
Really doing a great job of suggesting ideas and getting a little bit into the later work that we're going to do today of what are the opportunities and challenges that you are facing in this work. So other things that come out as the most important issues to address.
Harry, I'll go to the really high level, the 30,000 foot level, and just say, I recognize the goal of the session, being motivated out of the acknowledgement of federal funding, potentially major federal funding, and so I think a goal that I'd like to see is us accomplish is just that as a system of providers and stakeholders, and as a community, we understand what those opportunities are that we're going to prioritize, so that we're working in a coordinated way, we're working together towards community level goals. And so I think that's captured in some of these other comments, but assessment is a big part of that. And then the identification of those sort of opportunities for surge investment, where we really need to target these potentially once in a career opportunities of funding.
Thank you for that, Brandon.
When we're talking about funding options, can we talk about funding that's going towards prevention versus, if I can use the word, correction? The reason I ask that is I think it's emotionally and financially easier to divert someone from shelter than it is to help them recover once they're in shelter.
Thank you, John. Right, and I know that there have been a few suggestions put into chat, and we'll make sure that those get pasted over into this list as well. So we've got another couple of minutes if we want to toss in one or two more urgent priorities that need to be addressed.
Yeah, well, and I was just looking at the list, and it looks like maybe there's a few things in here that could be sort of combined into one bullet point, but like investment in prevention versus correction and prevention of homelessness or two bullets. And then I was also thinking that we might be able to highlight the bullet about recognizing housing and health are connected issues, and tag that with social determinants of health.
Just that I think that should be on the bullet below where it is.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
I think you could even add diversion up there in front of prevention of homelessness and investment in prevention versus correction, because diversion really is a little different than even homeless prevention. They all have the same intent, but diversion is using your tools, and homeless prevention, as I was talking about earlier, the different streams, different funding means something different when you're talking about funding. So I think all three of those would be appropriate together. Thank you. yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. So thank you.
All right, thank you all so much. If you have other ideas that you want to make sure get on that list, go ahead and put those in the chat for us. But at this time, we want to make sure we're not working you too hard today. We know that this takes a lot of energy for these conversations, and I want to encourage you to take a break. So we're going to take a break until 10:45. So it is a longer break, but again, we recognize that this takes a lot of brain power to have these conversations. So if you'll plan to come back around 10:45, we will get kicked off again and continue our conversation with the environmental scan of what is happening now. So stretch, take a break, get a snack, whatever you need to do. Right, friends, I hope you had a good break and were able to re-energize a little bit. We are going to spend the next bit of time talking through and discussing what is happening right now in your area related to housing and homelessness. And to start us off, Maria Boyd from KHRC is going to share a little bit of information about the Emergency Solutions Grant. And Maria, I will turn it over to you. You're already sharing your screen, so please feel free to take it away.
Awesome. Thank you all first and foremost for having us. So my name is Maria Boyd. I am the ESG CV program specialist. Today, I'm just going to touch on the Emergency Solutions Grant itself. Obviously, what is the purpose of ESG, right? It's to assist families and individuals to regain stability and permanent housing. So we're just going to do a brief synopsis, and any questions I ask that you kind of, I guess, parking lot those till the end of the presentation, just to be mindful of time. So there are 5 components of ESG: emergency shelter, rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, street outreach, and administration. I think it should be noted that it's not required to apply for funding from all 5 components. Rather, we ask our agencies to determine how they're going to maximize the program by determining which components are going to benefit their agencies. Currently, the ESG 2021 app, it's live and can be located on the KHRC website. You can find that under ESG forms and documents. So it's due the 25th of May. But if you mail that in, some of our agencies mail it. We definitely need that postmark by the 25th. Otherwise, we will not be able to accept that application, unfortunately. So the first component we're going to talk about is emergency shelter. And I ask you all to focus on the left-hand side of your screen so that I can read the right-hand side. Left-hand side contains eligible costs. Emergency shelter means any facility, the primary purpose of which is to provide a temporary shelter for the homeless in general or for specific populations of the homeless, and which does not require occupants to sign a lease or occupancy agreement. So it's important to identify that emergency shelter generally is the most comprehensive program that we have, or a component rather. So one would lead to another. This is the main component that has all kinds of funding streams coming from different areas. So we don't want our agencies to limit themselves to rapid rehousing and homeless prevention. We would like you to extend out as far as you can. The next component we're going to talk about here is rapid rehousing. Households receiving rapid rehousing assistance do not have to income qualify for program entrance, but must have an income below 30% area mean income for the geographic area after 12 months of assistance at annual certification. Notice it says do not have to income qualify. That's not the case with the next slide. Homeless prevention. Households receiving homeless prevention assistance must have an income below 30% mean income for the geographic area at entry and must meet the definition of at risk of homelessness. So it is very important to identify the difference between the two, which is the status of the individual of the time of entry. So notice previously on rapid rehousing, generally they're homeless. They don't have to qualify for income wise. They do for homeless prevention. So once we go back for rapid rehousing, and we reanalyze those 12 months, if their income exceeds that 30%, they no longer qualify for rapid rehousing, right? So just identify that the only difference between the two is the status of the individual at the entry time. The next component we're going to talk about here is street outreach. An individual or family who lacks a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, meaning an individual or family with a primary nighttime residence that is public or private place not designed for or ordinarily used as regular sleeping accommodations, like cars, park, abandoned building, bus, train station, airport, or campgrounds. So when we see street outreach in our program, a lot of people use it as a catalyst. This is generally to meet the immediate needs of unsheltered homeless people, where we have street teams going out trying to engage people that generally are not willing to walk into a facility and ask for help. So this one here is generally paired with something so that it can be a catalyst to something else. Again, we ask each agency to identify in their area what would maximize the usage of ESG. The last component is administration. So administration includes general management, oversight, and coordination, reporting on the program, costs of providing training on ESG requirements, and attending HUD-approved ESG trainings. Those trainings are pretty rare. This is a really broad slide here. So if you have questions on this, feel free to inbox me privately your email address. I can certainly shoot you over the ESG handbook after the presentation. Not a problem at all. So just a reminder, ESG 2021-2022 application is live and it's located at KHRC website under ESG forms and documents. That deadline is May 25th and must be postmarked by May 25th. So the whole purpose of our presentation today was we got asked to present on the City of Lawrence. The City of Lawrence is doing great things. It's just really awesome to see it. I actually live in Lawrence, so I see it every day. I live right by the river here. So for me, it was, I immediately said, can we ask the City of Lawrence to present? They are funded in all 5 categories. So I feel that we could do them some justice by allowing them to present themselves. So we went ahead and asked Danny Walters. Thank you so much, Danny, for being willing to assist us. You can go ahead and take over on that baton. Thanks for listening, everybody.
All right, and I'm going to share my screen too, if that's okay.
You should be able to.
Yeah, I'm just getting it all set up. All right, so yeah, as Maria said, I'm just going to kind of give you a brief overview of how we're utilizing ESG in Lawrence. I'm going to focus mostly on the CARES Act money. We have actually been getting ESG since 1989. As you can see, there's definitely been a difference in the impact in the community from 1989 through now. Our very first application was for a small renovation project at First Step House, and we got $15,000. So in 2020, we did actually, this did end up being more than what we usually get. We average anywhere between 100 to about 140,000 a year in ESG. But I think kind of as you'll see as my slides show, the ESG CARES Act money that came in really opened up a whole new batch of programming, of ways to use it, just some really great efforts in how we could utilize ESG better in the community. As you can see, our total ESG CARES Act funding to date we've received is a little over $2 million. I refer to the ESG locally in 2 different grants, and the state refers to it as one. So if you hear me accidentally refer to ESG CV1 or CV2, it's first and second rounds of the funding. So just kind of a breakdown here of how we're utilizing ESG CV in Lawrence. These are cumulative totals over what I consider both of the rounds, and I'll go into a little bit of detail on each just to kind of show how they're being utilized in the community. I did also, kind of work up a little bit of a dialogue and just some information and maybe some challenges people are facing, but we kind of covered that before the break. So I will kind of just move through here, and if someone has questions, just shoot them in the chat and I will get to them. So for emergency shelter, we have been utilizing the CV money for operations and essential services just for providing those overnight shelter bed nights to folks during the pandemic. Obviously, situations have changed. Occupancy has changed. The way we're doing business has changed. So this CV money went to assist the community shelter and Willow with some of those changes with the operations and essential services of just providing that critical service in the community. We also did use some money for temporary emergency shelter. This was the Econo Lodge program. What it did was it provided that kind of temporary shelter space and also case management services to folks that were unsheltered during the pandemic based on, again, occupancy situations, just kind of everything that the havoc that the pandemic kind of caused on this population. The Econo Lodge program was administered by the city of Lawrence. So we did the request for quotes from the hotels and kind of did that administrative end. We paid the hotel, we, handled kind of all of that stuff. And then we actually contracted with LCS, with Lawrence Community Shelter, to provide the case management services for the folks in that hotel. They handled all of the intake, the HMIS piece. And what's really nice is, as you'll see in a couple of slides, I think the community shelter also was the recipient of rapid rehousing funds. So this was really just the perfect way to try to truly move folks through the continuum of housing, to move them from a temporary shelter situation into one where there's a rapid rehousing situation. So of the 68 folks that were housed during this time frame in this program, 25 of them were moved into permanent housing. So I think when you're looking at percentages, that's a pretty healthy number. Any specific questions about that, I can definitely connect people with Renee, as she was in charge of the case management of that project. For homeless prevention, we looked at eviction prevention and housing stabilization services. And we have, two really strong programs in the community working through homeless prevention. Catholic Charities of Northeast Kansas, who's been one of our grantees for multiple years and does just a really wonderful job with prevention in the community. And then also kind of this, I don't want to call it the newly formed Housing Stabilization Collaborative, but the HSC is a really high functioning, good, effective group that's looking at these eviction prevention and housing stabilization, the piece in the community. They've been able to to somehow navigate through a lot of different applications, a lot of different funding pots, and still keep within all of the compliance for all of the programs, which it can be challenging. They've just got a very strong presence and a really good collaborative base in the community. So they're doing really, really great work in this field as well. Rapid rehousing, as the slide that kind of showed the breakdown of funding showed, this is where the bulk of our funds in the community have gone to. And, we're trying to provide emergency housing assistance for those experiencing homelessness during the pandemic. And our two main agencies that are actually doing the kind of on the ground, getting people housed, working through the case management piece are Burt Nash and Lawrence Community Shelter. The third one is actually a really cool program that was kind of came from collaborative conversations as this money was being released. And this is for the Landlord Liaison Program. What this is, and I'm not sure if when Matthew was talking earlier, if he had mentioned, I know that units are an issue for being able to, fully really strongly utilize rapid rehousing funds, lack of units, and also that landlord participation piece. This particular position is working to really kind of bring those landlords to the program and also bring the program to the landlords. So we're the Housing Authority is in the process of getting that position hired right now, but it's going to be such a needed piece in the community just to kind of link all of these different programs together and kind of be that navigator that's moving the pieces from place to place. And there's also a landlord incentive program that's mixed in with that. It's been a successful model in other communities, so we're really excited to get that one up and fully moving. For our homeless outreach piece, some of you might be familiar with Camp Woody, which was our city-sanctioned campsite for those experiencing homelessness during the pandemic. It was really a very cool project. It was a very highly collaborative project. So we had, city, county, hospital, Bert Nash, the neighborhood. We had the president and vice president of the neighborhood association at all of our planning meetings. This was just a really cool collaborative effort. It was a pretty successful campsite. It was operated by the City of Lawrence Parks and Rec staff. And I have to give a shout out to the folks in Parks and Rec. They have been incredible with these newer programs that really are not in what their job description called for, but they stepped up and just really did a wonderful job running these programs. As someone who worked through the administration of the funds, I have nothing but really, really wonderful things to say about everyone in Parks and Rec that was working through this. The case management services for the area were provided by the Bert Nash Homeless Outreach Team. So again, just another piece of that collaboration that was pulled in. And let me look at my notes I wrote down. I believe there were, Matthew, if you're there, if you could step in, I do not see where I wrote down the amount of folks that you guys housed. Was it?
So the camp served a total of 33 people from the time it opened to the point in which it closed down. During the time it was opened, we housed 11. There were several other who exited under other circumstances. And we still have several others who were residents of that camp who will be housed in the next short period of time over the next few weeks through the rapid rehousing program that we operate. I think some things to note about that is that the rapid rehousing program that we operate is open to anyone and all agencies in the community. So we were with that staff and through that period of time also working to house folks with LCS and Family Promise and Willow and folks who are unsheltered, as well as folks in the camp. So the amount of time and energy that had to be split, amongst all of those folks, it wasn't just dedicated to the Woody Camp project.
Thank you, Matthew. Sorry to put you on the spot there.
You're okay.
And just a tiny bit of background on Camp Woody. This was originally a county CARES Act funded project. But as some of you know, with the County CARES Act money, there was a drop dead expenditure date of 12/31 on that. So nothing could be incurred after that date. So thankfully for ESG was able to step in and continue that camp from January to March. So it was a really, really good project. And it's set up a template that, that shows it can work. So I think that's kind of a key point of this too. So just a couple of thoughts and observations. The success that we've had thus far with bringing these new programs in, assisting the community during the pandemic is absolutely not possible without that relationship between the city and KHRC. I know at any point in time, I could pick up the phone and ask a question to either Maria or to James, the program manager, and it's such a wonderful collaborative relationship between the two. I can have a crazy idea and I can call James and say, what do you think about this? And I think that it's given us the opportunity to come up with some innovative things that normally, we wouldn't see here. So I know that we have talked about the need for an even greater level of collaboration, but I would say that what ESG funding has done is it's kind of put us on that road to enhancing the collaboration, just as a result of the new programming in the community, and also as a result of everything that that Tuck and Matthew were doing with coordinated entry. It's you can kind of see it starting to take shape of being the most effective way in the community to work through this this type of thing. So we found really creative ways of tying funding together. Like I mentioned, the compliance and monitoring on this is not easy. Duplication of services is a real thing that we have to be very cognizant of, and the more resources you have coming in, looking at and working with programs like this, the higher scrutiny you have to put on it. So creative ways of compliantly tying funding together should maybe be what that line says. And then again, as I kind of mentioned before, just the carryover benefits to future funding efforts. So if you can take this influx of money that we've never seen before and be able to create some really cool things and to do some really impactful projects, that can carry over to future funding efforts. So instead of, well, we don't want to take a risk on this maybe because we're not sure if it'll work, we're starting to really show the proof that some of this stuff really does have a good impact. So that was all I had. If anybody has any questions, or if any of our partner agencies, wanted to add anything, if there's time, I would turn the floor over. So.
Right. In the interest of time, if you have questions, you can go ahead and put those in the chat. Also, Maria and Danielle, thank you, first of all, for that information and presentation. It's exciting to hear about the great work that you are doing. And if you're open to questions outside of this forum and could put your contact information in the chat, that would be wonderful. So really quickly, I want to make sure that folks have a chance to put their questions in the chat if you do have them. And we're going to shift gears and start having some smaller group discussions about what's currently happening, doing an environmental scan of what is happening. And we'll do that in 4 parts this morning. First, we're going to ask you to take a little bit of time in your small groups and just get to know each other a little bit. While you're there for that first bit of time, we do ask that you identify somebody who's going to be your recorder or your note taker, and also your reporter. Those can be the same person, but they don't have to be. And your reporter is going to report back out for you some highlights of your discussion when we come back together. And then for the other remaining 3 rounds, we'll have you discuss a current situation in a guided way, and we'll have a worksheet for you. I'll put that in the chat when we come back. So again, to get us started off, we're going to ask you in your small groups to spend a few minutes just introducing yourselves and getting to know each other. Then we'll come back and we'll start that environmental scan portion and have some more directions for you. I do want to note that one of our groups will remain in this main room, and that is to benefit the recording of the session. When we started this morning, you would have gotten a notification that the session is being recorded, and that is going to allow the City of Lawrence to post this, this recording for others to see throughout, or once our work continues, and they can kind of see the process that was used for our summit today. So Rexy, if you are ready, I think we can go ahead and break into our first set of breakout rooms, and we will see you guys back here in about 5 minutes.
I assume we are a group.
How do we go to our group, or is this the group? Sorry.
Okay, if you are still here, you are going to remain here and this will be your small group. So you will have your discussion here in the room, and I recognize that's a little bit different than you might have done before.
All right. Does anyone want to be the recorder and reporter? Not, I can. But I'll, happily let anyone else who's champing at the bit to do that step up.
I'll do it, Matthew.
Okay, cool.
You all can fire me later if you don't like my work.
All right. Well, I'm Matthew Falk. I'm the Director of Housing with the Burt Nash Community Mental Health Center. Our housing division encompasses supportive housing, some residential crisis, and our homeless outreach and rapid rehousing programs, as well as our benefits and entitlement team, which is a SOAR team, helps people apply for Social Security, SSI, or SSDI benefits, and Medicaid.
All right, well, I'll go next. I'm John Crable, and I'm here today representing Justice Matters here in Douglas County. My role with Justice Matters, along with Steve Ozark, who I also see on the call, is we are the co-coordinators for the homeless committee of Justice Matters. Homelessness is one of the 3 initiatives that we're tackling, have been now for about a year and a half. Just a couple of other of my personal connections to the homeless situation and the homeless concerns here in Lawrence. I also manage Jubilee Cafe at First United Methodist Church downtown's campus, which we provide breakfast on Tuesday and Friday mornings down there, and was also one of the coordinators for the emergency winter shelter this year through the Days Inn Hotel. So.
Steve, do you want to go next?
Yeah, thanks. My name's Steve Ozark. I am co-coordinator for homelessness with Justice Matters and with the steering committee for affordable housing with Justice Matters. I'm secretary for the Coalition for Homeless Concerns, longtime advocate. I helped coordinate the winter shelters we did the last 2 years, and then 3 years back in the O's, which no one wants to do those anymore. So let's get on with the meeting. Thank you.
John, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Good morning. My name is John Booth. I'm the Director of Housing at Family Promise. I jumped back into this group because I was assigned to another group with one of my colleagues, and we were 50% of the group. I'm excited about what I'm hearing and look forward to a vibrant discussion going forward.
All right, and Renee, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Hi, I'm Renee Cool. I'm the executive director of the Lawrence Community Shelter.
Okay, and Rebecca? Okay, I'll skip Rebecca. We'll go to Lisa. Lisa, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Lisa Larson. I'm with the city commissioner with City of Lawrence.
Great to have you. And Catherine, do you want to introduce yourself? All right, she might still be away too. Susan, do you want to introduce yourself? I lost Susan altogether. All right. And then I'm seeing somebody that's logged in as DLI WS2. I don't know if there's somebody on the other end of that wants to introduce themselves or not. All right. And then I'll jump back again and just see if Rebecca is available and wants to introduce herself. Okay. Brandon, did you get a chance to introduce yourself?
Sure. Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager with the City of Lawrence.
Okay. And it looks like Heather is attempting to join us. Still seeing little dots down there. It looks like she's connecting. But I'm Andy Brown. I'm the Commissioner for Behavioral Health Services at KDADS. So, and Sarah Polinsky just popped in. Sarah Polinsky, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Andy, we do have folks rejoining us.
Oh, we're rejoining. Okay, that's
yes.
Like that makes a lot more sense. I was so
Your group is not growing by that much. Welcome back, folks. Thank you. I hope you had a chance to introduce yourselves and get to know each other a little bit. Give folks time to get back in the room. Right. I think we should have everyone back here. So again, I hope you had a good discussion and were able to meet each other a little bit. We kind of miss out on that through virtual meetings sometimes. So as I said before we are going to spend a little bit of time doing an environmental scan and having conversations about what is currently happening in Lawrence and Douglas County around these areas. So for each of these three areas, we're going to hear just a little bit of information from Andy, and then we'll invite you to spend a couple of minutes thinking individually about what is currently happening. And then we'll go back into those breakout rooms you were in before and give you the opportunity to share what you reflected on in those small groups. And then we're going to ask you to report back one or two key things. We want to make sure that everybody has a chance to share information. And a couple of additional things that will be extremely helpful. We do have a worksheet for you to take for your recorder to take notes on. In just a moment, I will put that in the chat. You can access that in your breakout room. So recorders, if you will take your notes on that document, we'll use the same document throughout each of these areas. And then you can either put it back in the chat or you can email it to me. My email address is on the worksheet. That will give us all of your notes in one place. And so that we can use them later on this afternoon. If you have questions about that, please don't hesitate to put those in the chat so that we can help you troubleshoot as needed. But Andy, if you want to get us started, we're going to start off with what's happening right now. What is the current state around homelessness and houselessness issues? Andy, go ahead and take it away, and I'll get that document in the chat.
Yeah, and this is pretty brief, but really what we're looking for here is just the awareness that you can bring to the discussion about the current situation with homelessness in Lawrence and Douglas County, and how you feel it's currently impacting our system based on all of the sort of environmental factors that we're currently working with. So how what's the impact of COVID been? How many individuals are we trying to target with services? What sort of programming that's currently in place is strong programming that we want to make sure is continued, those sorts of things. So those are the types of things that we're hoping you'll be able to discuss in this next roundtable. Just kind of current state of affairs sort of things.
Great. Thank you, Andy. And so again, we invite you to spend a couple of minutes reflecting individually about that current state, and then we will break you into your breakout rooms again. So spend about a minute in thinking through, and then we'll send you back to your breakout rooms. Right. Rexy, if you wouldn't mind, we can go ahead and move to our breakout rooms to discuss the current state of things. And once again, that worksheet to take notes on is in the chat, and I will paste it one more time while we're getting transitioned in case it got lost in there.
All right. So Brandon, you're going to be our note taker, right?
Yes. Do we have a reporter? We didn't do that last time.
Oh, we didn't get that far. I would nominate Matthew. Matthew,
seconded.
You're a reporter?
Yep.
Sure.
All right. And the key thing on the reporting out is just like one or two main takeaways from the roundtable. Right. And then Brandon, if you're brave enough to share your Word document that you're taking notes on, that could be helpful.
Do you see the environmental scan document now? Okay, great.
So again, all we're really doing here is discussing what current programs look like in Lawrence and Douglas County, what the current population of need is, and what current needs are being met by the available programs. So I will let you guys take it away. Steve, John, you guys want to speak to any insight you have? Matt?
I think I'll just chime in. From where we're at, we're still kind of in the process of coming out of winter. I know the numbers we gathered from the winter shelter process at all the various different locations were kind of telling, I think. I know that the Woody Camp served 33 unduplicated individuals. 11 of those got housed, so we can say that there's 22 that were still without housing by the time that shut down. I know and please correct me, John or Steve, if I'm wrong here, on the highest census day of the days in shelter, there was 236 unique individuals that were served.
That's correct.
Okay. And
Renee, the average over 72 nights was 117.
Okay. 117 average a night.
Yeah.
Renee, what was the total number of unduplicated individuals that you served at the Econo Lodge?
I don't have the unduplicated individuals number right now, but it was over 100 over 90 days.
All right.
And then over 10 months of hotel sheltering, it was a lot more than that. So we have a lot of exit data. I think one of the most important things for us is we exited 55% of the folks that we served to an improved situation other than homelessness. And then everyone except for one individual, well, that's actually not true. 19 individuals households were exited for rules violations, and then everyone else exited to a sheltered situation or a housed situation. So I think that's really, really important as we're talking about inputs like volume of service, but let's also make sure that we're talking about outcomes. So where did people go after we connected with them?
Sure. The question, I think, was to get a lay of the land and what the population of need looks like today and kind of where services are at today. What's the current census at the shelter at LCS today?
Right now we have 45 single adults being served.
Okay.
In shelter, and then we have 35 households on our rapid rehousing caseload.
Okay. That they're in the triage for rapid housing, or that includes folks that have been housed?
Those are folks that have been housed and are receiving housing assistance. And so they're on our caseload, whether they have ESG rapid rehousing or not. So some of our folks have rental assistance from other sources.
Okay. And I know that for our programs, we have in excess of 140 people that are enrolled in our PATH program. That's half of our outreach program. And then in the city side, we have approximately another 130 that we're working with. That changes every single day. So that those aren't numbers that I can on any given day say, hey, this is the number, because for example, yesterday we had 6 different walk-ins that came in for services. Several of those were people we had never met before. So those numbers are always in flux. I think the general picture is that today we can calculate there's 200 plus persons at the very minimum who are without shelter or without housing within the community. That includes both, because we don't have the numbers from, is anyone from Family Promise on here?
Yes, yeah, Matthew.
John, do you know what your census is?
I don't. I will try and figure that out for specific data. I mean, I do know generalities. The number of families needing shelter is increasing, and so is the need for our diversion and prevention programs. And that, I think, is very important. We make sure we talk about the funding and of those sorts of programs, because if we can prevent someone from going into shelter, I think it's more cost effective and far more important, reduces the trauma on the family.
Mm-hmm. So Brandon, do you mind just on the generally 200 without housing, just putting unsheltered in there for the reason that term?
Yeah, and that's probably a low ball. I would probably needs to be 250 or higher. Because just when I think about just Renee and outreach, and I know Family Promises, there's 250 right there.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew, I may add, and this is very subjective observation, but from our Parks and Rec staff, their feedback is, they're observing maybe an uptick in camping in the park spaces, but compared to past years, they're actually seeing more encampments as opposed to individual campers. So larger encampments, larger structures, some really actually impressive kind of craft engineering, and so that that becomes obviously a safety issue, and especially in a pandemic when when we're trying to provide separation, that I think puts an already vulnerable population at risk for increased transmission. And then also to the COVID point, we are, as a Park and Rec organization, city organization, we are really trying to follow the CDC guidelines and minimize the disruption and relocation of campers, unless it's, of course, to an indoor situation.
Yeah. And Brandon, do you know, is there any work being done with the health department on inoculations for vaccines for folks that are camping?
I am not aware of any kind of targeted outreach program like that.
There's
I
some.
might ask the others.
There are.
I think there's some.
Back in. We were having
Hello, welcome back, everybody.
All right. So Matt, you're going to report out for us.
Yeah. Is everybody back?
I don't know yet, but we're going to wait just another minute. All right, I think everybody should be back. And in order to make sure we get you folks all to lunch on time, each round, we're only going to ask a couple of groups to report out. Everybody will get a chance to report out, and we will get all of your notes into the main document. So that's why we have worksheets. So if we could have group one share out first. If you are not sure what group you were in, that group included Bob, Aaron, Catherine, and Leah. And if you can share just one or two highlights from your conversation, that would be appreciated.
So I think I'm the designated reporter as soon as I unmute my microphone. We talked about a number of things, and we started the conversation with some comments about how the work we've been doing over the last couple of months, particularly related to COVID and the winter, has given a lot of us an opportunity to learn a lot more about the individual experience of experiencing homelessness. And that's something that's really important to keep at the center of our thinking. We also talked about how COVID has done several things. One, it's put a lot of pressure on the system, and that's revealed some collective understanding of gaps, significant gaps that we maybe collectively didn't understand, although we all had a sense of it. But then also to show some opportunities where we done what we could do as a community. So the Camp Woody experience was really valuable and an example of what happens when collaborators come together fully. There were some things that grew out of that. Personal experience that I was sharing was we had peers at the library. When the library closed, they were unable to support at the library. They pivoted to Camp Woody. Some of that interaction led to a free health clinic standing up. So opportunities to sort of be experimental and act in a social entrepreneurial way. And then the big piece in supportive housing is several projects that the county has supported. The buildings to the left of the graphic behind me, a transitional home for people with serious mental illness and addiction, 10 permanent supportive cottages that leverage HUD dollars, so safe and sober living in the community through artists helping the homeless. We're trying to plant some seeds that give proof of concept to what's possible and sort of test the assumptions and what it takes to provide stable funding for there. So there's a lot of energy, and I'm missing the things that I highlighted are directed in the conversation we had. I'm missing pieces, which is why it's
Nope, that's okay. We just wanted one or two highlights. So thank you, Bob. And then room two was Craig, David, Rebecca, and Shanae. And again, if you can share just a brief highlight of what you talked about in your room.
Yeah, thank you. So our group, we talked a little bit more high level than the question that was on the table, more focused on what types of funding streams paid what kind of programs, and how that was distributed in our community. And so, which then affects what type of programs you have dedicated in that community. So we talked about city funded programs, county funded programs, and state funded programs, and how we can kind of get all of those funding streams to work collaboratively together. Because let's say you're a nonprofit agency and you have multiple funding streams, one from the city, one from the county, one from the state, then you have so many different performance measures. You have different requirements in your grant agreements that it's kind of hard to ensure that you're working collectively with all the other agencies because they have different performance measures or purposes than you do, even though they're funded with the same program, but just a different funding stream. So we had a little bit higher level discussion than just that. So that kind of summed up what we were talking about.
Great, thanks, Janae. All right, and then finally, room 3, if you can share a quick highlight from your conversation. And that.
Hi, I'm Caitlin McDermott, and I'm just a community member. And I think, we talked a lot about how things are different now because of the pandemic, or maybe that the pandemic just spotlighted something that's already been there. We talked about, whether we've had an increased identification of need or whether there's been an increase of actual need. And that the pandemic has also forced creative solutions and new collaborations, that there's been a focus more on stabilization of preventative services and keeping people from being at risk of being homeless. And that's about it.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Right, so we are going to repeat that process another time to talk about current situations. And Andy, can you give us a quick overview of what you're looking for in the current situations conversation?
Yeah, so hopefully this one will be a little simpler. But what we're looking for here is what unmet needs have you identified or do you think exist in the community? Mm-hmm. So I hope that's fairly simple. And I do encourage you to trust in the process. We got 2 days here and we've got a plan for how we're hoping to address this stuff, and everything's going to start feeding into each other. But think about what unmet needs you see and witness in the community and speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. So again, we invite you to take a minute and reflect individually, and Rexy will go ahead and put you back into your breakout rooms to discuss. We ask that you continue taking notes on the same worksheet that you were before. On page 2 is the current situations and unmet needs question and place for those notes. And when we finish after the final round today, you can email or post those in the chat. So, Rexy.
All right, so what sort of unmet needs jump to mind when you start thinking about Lawrence and Douglas County?
I think that, can we just dive in, Andy?
Yeah.
I think it can be hard when we're talking about needs and affordable housing and homelessness in Douglas County to keep kind of like a focused vision when we're talking about that, because the needs are extensive and there's a lot of different ways you can characterize the need as well. But, for those of us working in the Built for Zero collective, like the need for permanent supportive housing is really like top of mind. And the other thing that, I've been working on really hard for over a year is also the need for non-congregate shelter options. That is absolutely crucial. One of the things that I learned at a webinar last month was that in 2020, 30% of the US COVID deaths were residents and staff of congregate care facilities. So in an environment in which the pandemic is still a present reality, congregate shelter for staff, guests, and volunteers is lethal. And so, you know, on our way to identifying permanent supportive housing, identifying non-congregate solutions for shelter is, and maintaining those solutions. We had a lot going a month ago, and now that the weather's warmed up, we've kind of had to scale back. And so over the next year, continuing to provide non-congregate shelter and develop more permanent non-congregate shelter options is a high priority for me.
I'll break that down a little bit more. Everything Renee said is spot on, exactly correct. I think a part of that building of a non-congregate shelter environment means creating quick and expedited access to housing. And in relation to the ability to do that, that means permanent supportive housing, which is housing with supportive services. So housing with staff that can be there to provide case management wraparound services, but that is expeditably accessible in the form of a housing first type of model where you have the ability to plug people into housing quickly and without any kind of prerequisites or hoops or the least amount of process that needs to happen in order to access.
Just a question for the direct service providers. Is case management, professional service, those types of programs, are those lacking? I mean, do we have capacity issues there?
Yes, severely. So for example, even with folks who have, for example, Medicaid, the only sustainable supportive service model is through SPMI mental health case management. And even there, our case managers their caseloads are all full, right? And more than full. So there's need for growth there. I won't get into the details of that, but that also means for folks who don't have Medicaid or for folks who don't fit into the SUD, SPMI spectrum, there's no intensive case management that's widely available at all. The homeless outreach team that I operate was intended to try to provide some of that, but there's 4 workers. You have hundreds of people who have need. We can't provide intensive services in that kind of environment, right? We're just putting out fires on a daily basis. So the ability to actually get down in the weeds in a really intensive wraparound manner with individual clients is extremely limited.
Matthew could probably speak better to this, but I constantly sense there is an ever-increasing bureaucracy, especially where the federal government is concerned. And one of the things I'd like to see is people spending less time on bureaucracy and more time on, the actual client themselves. But I think, like I said, I think Matthew could comment better.
Yeah, I would like to see that there's a more direct feedback or a line of feedback to federal management and administration over HUD and different programs, because there are some things that are distinct and serious barriers that are systemic in just how we do business at that level.
Welcome back, everyone. Those of you in the main room, I feel like we all just kind of bombard your group when we reconvene. All right. So again, one or two highlights of your conversations about current unmet needs. And we'd like to start this time with the group that is in the main room. So if you are a part of the main room with Andy, will your reporter please share one or two quick highlights?
Yeah, that's me. Thank you very much. Renee pointed out that 30% of deaths related to COVID across the country were a result of, or were folks who were in a congregate type of living situation. So there's a distinct need to revamp our shelter network and shelter system into a non-congregate model if we're going to be able to successfully operate those services in capacity moving forward. There's also an extensive need for permanent supportive housing. For folks who might not know, that's housing that is attached with supportive services, so staff who can offer wraparound supports for folks who are in that housing. In addition to that, there's a need for expedited access to housing, what we would typically call housing first type of services. And that is the ability to get people into housing, plug them into housing with the minimum amount of prerequisites, really no prerequisites for them to access that housing, and the minimum amount of process or due process that is required to just get into a house, like filling out applications and jumping through bureaucratic hoops. And then John mentioned that there are also barriers that are involved in just the basic bureaucracy that is involved with, for example, federal programs. And it would be nice if we had more direct lines of communication to provide feedback to federal administrations about the systemic barriers that are created by just how we do business with federal dollars.
Thank you so much. All right, group 4, a brief highlight of your discussion. And that was Charlie, Heather, Sally, and Sherilyn.
So we talked a bit about kind of the basic needs that are unmet since we spend Rochelle and I spend all our time downtown. We need somewhere for people to be during the day rather than the library, which is sort of a location that everybody, that a lot of homeless folks access, and they can't really access it now very well. And then the community buildings, those have been either closed or now they're limited in certain ways. So, when you spend your whole day just kind of moving from place to place, it's kind of hard to make any progress or to even feel like you can start to make a plan of how to get through your day and your week and looking forward. We need some basic needs met, like bathrooms, shower facility, laundry, the ability to use a phone to, make appointments or get a ride or things like that. And then actually, Rochelle and I had in our conversations with transit about a new downtown facility, one thing that came up was lockers for bikes, but we were talking and we see a lot of folks, they lose their belongings. Their belongings are stolen. They're constantly needing to replace. So again, you're sort of on this hamster wheel where you're not able to have any stability whatsoever. So if there was some sort of a public locker system, for people to keep their belongings, maybe that would kind of help the situation as well. Because
Ellie, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. We're running out of time and I want to make sure that we get to group 5. So group 5, would you mind going ahead and sharing a really quick highlight of your conversation?
Sure. This is Jill. The biggest need is that a unmet need is to better identify the folks that have a connection to Lawrence Douglas County in order to target resources to those folks. The numbers of folks that are experiencing homelessness in the community are so large, and there is a perception or real and or perceived, that a lot of these folks do not have a connection to Lawrence Douglas County. A majority of them, but there are of the folks that do have a connection to Lawrence Douglas County, we need to better target resources to those folks.
Thank you, Jill. And thank you for being so quick with your comment. I appreciate it. All right. So we've got one final round of discussion that we would like you to have, and that is current funding. So again, Andy's going to give us a quick overview of what we're looking for in that conversation, and then we'll have you spend about 6 minutes in your small groups. And just a warning to groups 6 and 7 who we haven't heard from yet, we're going to have about a minute each for you to share your highlights. So if you can prepare for that.
So this is really just we're asking you to discuss how the city, county, state, and federal resources are being used in the community today, right? So this is our, we're kind of making an assessment of how those dollars are being allocated and used.
All right, invite you to think about that as Rexy gets us moved into our breakout rooms one final time before lunch.
So I'll jump in real quick, just as a conversation starter. From my perspective, especially looking at city funding, but maybe some of the ESG type funding that Danny reviewed earlier, I think how it's being used. I'm thinking not so much about how it's being used, but the process to make sure it's used, to make it used, is disjointed. It's not a systems based process. It's not identifying community level goals, targeting those, and instead it's sort of like a program application process. The city for a long time has run different sort of kind of competitive application grant type budget programs, if you will, and so that's just something from my view. Even with ESG, you saw a laundry list of different programs without a unified set of performance metrics associated with that.
Good point, Brandon.
To build on that, I'm not sure I'm sorry, start again. I think we need a one sort of stop shop for different funding needs. So for example, for someone to work, they need childcare assistance. They need support with rent, utility supports. And if all that and everything else you could think of was under sort of one small umbrella, so that we didn't have to go to multiple agencies, that would, I think, be a big advantage.
I totally agree, John. It would be nice to have a social service center in which all agencies have a office. But to kind of keep us on task, I think we're supposed to be talking about how we perceive funds are being spent. And one thing I noticed, and this is all kind of been interesting in my life, that all the funding streams, at least not theoretically, they exist, right? So HUD has funding for housing and supportive services, and the city is providing funds, and the county is providing funds. They're either restrictively targeted, so they're only accessible by a very kind of only SPMI people or only SUD people, or they're extremely underfunded, or the process of accessing them and administrating them is burdensome. This is an aside. I think it's interesting, and we talk about socialism, et cetera, et cetera. I've lived in social countries. The U.S. has all the exact same departments and funding streams and programs that any of those countries have. It's just the way we administrate them and the way we make them accessible is what extremely differs from them. But I would say the same applies here. They're disjointed. they're, as John said, they're not operating under the umbrella of a single plan, of a community-wide strategy that we are all coordinating our efforts in order to achieve. They've been historically operated, as Brandon said, as program-based applications where this agency says, okay, I'm going to start a program and apply for the money to do it. And this agency says the same thing. And then, so you just kind of have some siloing and compartmentalizing, not only of the programs, but just of the overall resources that are available.
Lisa or Renee, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think that those are all helpful. And for John, on the one-stop shop for like a social services center, like one of the things we are trying to accomplish through continuum of care or Built for Zero is having access points, which are uniform, where folks who are experiencing homelessness and need a VISPAD.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, Renee.
Sorry. I was about to go full nerd, so we don't
crashing your party. If you want to put that in the chat to make sure it gets into your notes, please do that. All right, welcome back, everyone. We've got just a couple of minutes before we break for lunch. So group 6, would you mind diving into your 1-minute highlight of your conversation?
Sure. This is Stephen O'Neill, Bert Nash. We talked about the high level of local support from both the county and the city. There's a lot of various initiatives that are going on. We also get COC funding here in Douglas County. We leverage state Medicaid dollars for those homeless individuals that are on Medicaid. We talked about the federal PATH grants, private foundation dollars and private fundraising that gets leveraged. We talked about the ESG and CDBG funds, federal SAMHSA funds, the federal block grants, and some of the federal COVID money. That's it.
Great, thank you so much, Stephen. And finally, group 7.
Hi, our group mainly ended up consisting of folks who own businesses or property downtown. We didn't have a ton of knowledge in this area, but it seemed to us that there's a lot of federal money becoming available now, but there's, it can be inflexible money in some regards. But a couple other things we did want to kind of bring up from past questions are that a sort of issue of safety, and clearly in talking to other folks downtown, there's been altercations, and Meg from Ladybird, who has been running a food pantry, essentially providing meals, and several other downtown businesses have been providing meals. There's clearly a need. There's some food insecurity happening amongst this population, and there's a big need there. And Meg in particular told me that having this population being moved around, in addition to the instability of already experiencing homelessness, the kind of moving of this population is kind of feeding an anxiety and causing people to act out sometimes a little more violently. And so that's our quick little survey from the downtown.
Perfect. Thank you, Paul. And thank you all for your conversations. I know that we did not have a whole lot of time for you to dig deep into those, and appreciate the conversations that you did have. Again, if you were the recorder for your group, please email those notes to me so that we can use them later on this afternoon. My email address is at the top of that worksheet. And excuse me. With that, we are going to go ahead and break for lunch, give your brains a break, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock this afternoon. And when we come back this afternoon, it looks like we are going to be talking more about strengths, challenges, and our opportunities that we have coming up. So we will see you all at 1. And if you want to log off of the meeting and come back and join, that's perfectly fine. It's the same meeting link, of course. So please feel free to do that if that's your preference. So we'll see you at 1.
Thank you, everyone.
Pope, Catherine Ross. I mean, could you hear me? You can hear me now. Hi. Okay, now I'm going to hang up.
A lot of you have stayed connected. I'm imagining we might have a couple of folks joining. All right, it's 1 o'clock. I'm going to put 90 seconds on my timer and hope that's enough for everybody to get resettled and resituated. If you're in a spot where you're able to turn on video, that adds some energy in the room. We appreciate that. I'm joining you from Cowley County today, and we just had a big rain blow through and some power flickers. I think we're past that. A little hard to say. Take about 15 more seconds here.
Meanwhile, since you've got a few seconds, I was gone for a long time, and it says, hi, this is Sarah at Bowersock, and I will not be able to be there, but I want to let you know that I just want to know what is Bowersock? What is that?
It's the hydroelectric company that's right there on the dam.
Oh, okay.
She was in my group.
All right. Thanks for the question, Catherine. So we knew because of the way today was arranged and because this was a rapid effort that there'd be some coming and going today. So we're glad for those of you who are on the coming side, and we understand that not everyone has been able to be here for every minute. To remind you, the high level purpose today, what we're after is establishing a framework to connect all the efforts in Lawrence Douglas County around housing and homelessness to identify areas where more investment or support might be needed, and to provide information on funding that may be available, and to think about how we braid it together. And this morning's work in support of that included spending some time on some definitions and terms and concepts in hope to create a little bit of shared understanding around those ideas and how they're used. And there was a theme throughout that discussion that there are some terms that mean something to funders and mean other things to people in the community. And we're not going to be the group to resolve that, but it's really helpful to pay attention to that. We also spent some time thinking about what are the very most important things to consider as we work together. And we spent some time doing a bit of an environmental scan, talking about what is happening already and what populations are being served, where are some clear gaps and needs, and how is funding currently being used. The way we're planning to use this afternoon for this after lunch session, we anticipate staying together as a full group, and we're going to hear from a couple of folks specifically related to funding and funding opportunities. So we're going to be hearing from Christine and from Andy here in just a minute, and having some conversation between and after them. We'll take a break this afternoon, and after our break, we'll move to some more work that will again use small groups, and we'll again have a process for mapping that out. And this evening, there's also going to be an opportunity for some folks to come together. Andy, can I turn to you for a moment to talk about this evening and what's happening?
Sure. I was planning on doing that a little later, but we are going to have, with help from Bert Nash and Justice Matters, we're going to have a kind of a public listening session at the Community Health Building in the meeting rooms there. And we also have a Zoom link, and there'll be a screen and an opportunity for folks to listen in if they'd like to do that. That's going to be from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And I'll put the link information in the chat box at some point here when I have a chance to do that. But it is just a community dialogue with people that have lived experience around homelessness. And I don't think it'll be a very formal event, but it would be an opportunity for anybody that wanted to continue the dialogue that we're having today to participate in further dialogue tonight.
And we'll try to remember to mention that again at the end of the day in case there is a slightly different makeup of folks in the room. But thanks to the Justice Matters folks for making sure that that's happening. Are there questions about where we've been or what we're doing? Yeah, and thanks to Heather, and it's really kind of folks to continue to let us know when you're able to be here and when you're not, and we're happy to have you here for whatever parts of that work you're available for. And you're seeing that a little bit in our team too. So Megan Stone has joined us, and we'll continue to do a little bit of coming and going as we need to and continue to support this work. All right, so Andy and Christine, have you arm wrestled to figure out who's talking first?
I believe, Christine, if you would like to start first with the Kansas Housing Resource information, and then we'll let you take some questions, and then I'll jump in and talk about overall state stuff.
Yeah, that works.
Fantastic. Okay. Welcome.
Hello, let me get my PowerPoint up and share it. So, sorry, I'm a little slow, not too slow, but a little slow.
That's okay. I don't
And you-
even have a PowerPoint, Christine. You're way ahead of me.
This was bits and pieces that I got from other people. So am I sharing my screen now? It looks like it.
Yes.
You are. Keep going.
Okay. I am having a hard time getting this. Is it F5? Sorry. Oh, I'm good at speaking. Apparently I'm not good at getting my PowerPoint. What is it that makes it bigger? F5?
I would just use that little kind of tree stand looking thing up in the red bar on the left-hand side.
Christine, but yeah, where the saved button is, where it says auto save, there's like a disk for save. Click the little stand with the play button. Here we go.
All right, awesome. Oh, now you're on mute, Christine.
How can I be on mute?
Now we can hear you.
Now we can hear you.
Because I stopped sharing, which is very odd. So I am going to halfway share my presentation, if that's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to make it big. For some reason, that puts me on mute. So yes, thank you very much for having Kansas Housing involved in this homeless summit. We appreciate the opportunity to present on our specific home funding and the home funding that was in Lawrence earlier today. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the American Rescue Plan. I'm the division director for Kansas Housing for our Community Solutions division. Just for your information, that includes programs such as ESG that we heard about, weatherization, community services block grant, our tenant-based rental assistance, and our first-time homebuyer program. And did I mention weatherization? I might have missed that one. So we have a number of programs that assist persons in different ways improve their living conditions. So the programs I'm going to talk about today with the American Rescue Plan are the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the home additional money that we're going to be getting, and the Homeowner Assistance Fund. Now, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program is funded through the Department of Treasury. We currently have I'm having glitches because it's kind of lightning out here, guys, so my apologies. We currently have emergency rental housing. That is the CARA program that we are offering. The previous program we had was the KEP program. Now we're hearing that we're going to be receiving, on top of the funding that we are running the CARA program with, this will be the second round, and it will be similar to our current program. We're estimated to get $153 million for Kansas. Our current CARA program ends September 22nd. And this new funding that we haven't received yet is slated to go until September 2025. So that'll be a nice transition once we get that funding. Now, again, we're going to be receiving funding in the amount of the for the home program. This is going to be funded through the HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development. The funding will come to our between our development division and maybe my division. We're expected to receive about 23 million. Again, it's for property development and potentially TBRA. This funding is slated to have a long expenditure period too until September 2025. Now, the rules have not been issued, thus guidance is pending. So it's very limited at this time with the additional home funds. So that moves to our next potential funding opportunity with the Department of Treasury, the Homeowner Assistance Fund. This is a program that I know is sorely needed in Kansas because we get so many phone calls for persons that are calling in about CARA, but they're not renters, they're actually homeowners. So the purpose of the program is to prevent mortgage delinquencies, defaults, foreclosures, displacements, and the homeownership piece would kick in if the owner is experiencing hardship after January 21st, 2020. So that is a COVID-related hardship. Kansas Housing has not necessarily been designated. It's my understanding at this time, limited understanding at this time, that the funds will go through the office, the recovery office at the state level, and that we would need to apply for it. So this is all still very limited knowledge. We should be getting, the state as a whole, not necessarily Kansas Housing, no less than 57 million per state. The starting time is not, it's request within 45 days of announcement, I'm assuming, and it will be ending September 2025. The fund or the program has income limits of 60% less than 100% AMI or 100% median income for US, whichever is greater. And at the time of program development, I'm sure that will be more clarified with income charts. Also, 40% would need to be socially disadvantaged individuals. And this is the definition of that term. Again, it can be used to pay for mortgage payments, reinstate a mortgage, principal reduction, interest rate reductions, utilities, internet service, insurance, HOA fees, and this is all what it could pay for. We haven't developed a program yet. So those are the ones that Kansas Housing could be associated with. I have heard that there's another piece that could assist persons that are associated with Section 8 vouchers. These will be, there is funding going to the housing authorities to assist with vouchers. We received very limited information from HUD about that. They are formulating guidance. There's another program in the works that could go to DCF to assist persons with water. But again, we've been in limited conversations about that program. And I would assume that any information that we have or we know will link to the website, or we can send you information when requested if we find any other types of programs that can assist persons. So that was a very quick high-level overview. Are there any questions at a high level?
Yeah, thank you, Christine. I think I said this, we're going to stay in the larger group. So let's first look for some questions that are just about the content of what Christine shared so far. So what do you all need to better understand?
Hi, Christine. I have a question about how CARE can be used for folks who are experiencing homelessness currently and moving them into housing. Is it something where we need, is it only prevention funding or is it also for folks who are currently homeless?
CARA is not for persons that are homeless. Was that the question?
Mm-hmm.
It's rental assistance program, assistance. So persons that might be behind on their rent, and having a hardship paying their rent. The homeless type of assistance would be for persons that would work with our ESG program.
Is there any way, if we were to get folks into housing with some kind of rental assistance, that we could port in CARA assistance afterwards? And the reason why I'm asking is it's such a huge amount of money. And across the state of Kansas, we've got, this program is going to serve 100,000 Kansans. And across the state, we've got about 5,000 to 10,000 who are homeless. And so it's really a shame that the program doesn't assist people with exiting homelessness. Is there any way we can braid in this assistance to help people exit, make a permanent, sustainable transition to permanent housing?
It's my understanding that that is not part of the regulations, that what it can be used for. It's to help those that are currently behind in their rent. Should they become behind in their rent, then they could apply, as long as it's a COVID-related hardship. And those, they would have to qualify for CARA. I don't see at this time any leeway in the federal regulations to do that.
Christine, I don't know if you can see the chat. Jill has dropped this in here. Whether the city of Lawrence would be the lead agency or applicant for any of these programs, similar to the ESG grant that Danelle talked about earlier today.
So we are administering KEP and then our CARA program at our agency. Should we receive the second round of CARA funding and the funding for the homeowner assistance program, it will be funded out of our office. When we receive our home funds, that will go through the regular development process, like any other rental development, or our tenant-based rental assistance. So ESG granted out the money in their regular fashion of, it goes to the cities to coordinate the programs locally. That's why it was funded at the city level that way. So each program has a little different way of distributing the money.
Thank you. Other questions about the content?
I don't have a question, but more just a comment. If there's flexibility in the second round if you get the second round of the CARA funds, I know you may not have the ability to do this because it is federal funding, it's a federal program, but what we're hearing with those CARA funds right now is, the Housing Stabilization Collaborative is an agency locally that is trying to assist folks in applying for and accessing those dollars. And what they're hearing, and they've communicated a couple times with Moniz, is that it takes 6 to 8 weeks to process some of those. And I think that we've gotten creative with some funding from the city, and some other sources to help bridge that gap. But if there's a way for local organizations, for larger communities like ours, to be able to access or administer those funds a little quicker, it'd be interesting to know if that was an opportunity or not.
I'll pass that along. I have heard that we have a consultant that's coming in to assist with getting some applications moving.
Yeah.
I know the parameters of that, but I'll also pass along your comments.
I appreciate that. We had a good conversation with our judges in district court yesterday about how we can be doing everything we can to prevent folks from being evicted. And we talked specifically about the timeline, that 6 to 8 weeks, and making sure that at least we're giving them the clients or the landlords the documentation so that they can give that to the judges to prove that they've got at least a pre-approved application. Sorry, I'll stop talking about that part.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and Jill, don't feel bad. I think that's exactly the kind of discussion we want to have right now. So if other folks have questions or ideas about these different federal funding sources, we're happy to hear them.
We get so many phone calls from people around the state. So I appreciate that you're also hearing the types of things that we're hearing. The home ownership piece, I've been tied to the first-time homebuyer program mostly in my career in with Kansas Housing. So I always get called directly about assistance with people behind in their mortgage. So I'm looking forward to that program and hoping we can assist a number of people. So my apologies, I heard someone speaking and I overspoke, so thank you.
Dawn, was that you?
It was me. And Christine, you might have said this, and I'm so sorry. I'm toggling between two events today, so if you did, please forgive me. When you guys launched Cure a few years ago, yeah, feels like it, right?
Feels like it.
Yeah, just giving you some grace there. A few weeks ago, I think Ryan had reported you had like 4,000 applications within a 7-day period for like 15 million. So the HP is a significant need. And my question really here is that, and that was paraphrasing the amounts, but is that still about the flow of what you guys are being inundated with? Is that still constant or just that first week, or do you not?
I haven't heard. We have another KHRC staff on. I don't know if she's heard how many there.
It's just curiosity. I mean, I about fell out of my chair when Ryan said that, because I mean, it's needed, right? And sometimes our challenge is to disseminate information to those in need of what the funds are, but apparently that spread like wildfire, because I think you said in 7 days it was like 4,000 applications, which obviously is leading to the backlog and the timeliness of the thing. So hopefully, but that was just a curiosity question, Christine. I'm sorry to interrupt you for that.
No, that's fine. I wished I would have gotten that information. I was concerned about getting the PowerPoint together. You heard any updates?
I was gonna say, the little birdies that tell me things are going over there, that means it hasn't slowed down. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's the pace that we're still processing in. Mm-hmm.
I assumed as much. It was just, like I said, for my own personal knowledge and understanding. I know you guys probably are going to be inundated for a while, but I just was trying to gauge how bad it is going to be for you. So
thank you.
Other questions or thoughts about what you've heard and what it means for your community?
I just, so to follow up a little bit with that, Dawn, I think they were having problems with the software, and they've kind of worked through some of those problems, it's my understanding. So hopefully things will start moving a little quicker.
It doesn't really directly impact us. However, what happens is I know that if you guys are inundated, then we're going to get kind of the overflow, because what will happen is people want immediate assistance, they want immediate reduction. So sometimes us just being able to say it's coming, it is very helpful, especially we get agencies, we get individuals, we get all kinds. So again, it was purely selfish, but valuable just the same. So
Not selfish at all, because you guys are getting those calls that I'm also getting.
Yeah.
Dialing numbers, and we understand there's a lot of need out there. So I know why they're doing it. They're really trying to get some assistance to help them. So we completely understand.
Christine, I know you're going to be on with us for at least a little while longer. At some point, would you leave some contact information in the chat in case people have follow-up questions for you?
Sure, and I'll put a PDF of the PowerPoint presentation, since I've sort of muddled through trying to get that to show correctly.
Very helpful. Andy, can we turn to you to add some more information to this discussion?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And Christine, do you want to stop sharing your screen, and I can see more people's faces?
Okay, I thought I did, so I don't know how to get back to that. An F today completely.
Maybe Zane can help us shut it down. Maybe, I don't know.
Take it away from me, please. It says, thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right.
Appreciate your patience.
Yeah, so I already told you guys that I've been very impressed with everybody that had slides for today, because I don't have any slides. But I did spend the last 16 hours of this week in appropriation hearings on the Senate and the House side, where KLRD kind of reviewed all of the COVID-19 federal relief that's been provided in the American Rescue Plan Act. And so I'm going to kind of go over that with you now, and then what I'll hope to do is maybe get this document scanned so that I can then have WSU distribute it to everybody so that you can see what's in the document yourself. But the overarching thing is that the ARPA, which is the American Rescue Plan Act, it was enacted in March 11th, right? So for those of us that work at the state, this is our third round of COVID relief money that has come into the state. We had CARES money first, and then we had the CRR money, and now we've got ARPA, right? And the CARES Act money came out about this time last year, and then we had to have that all spent originally by like December 31st. There were some extensions provided to that, but by the time that the federal government got the word out to the states that there was going to be an extension, most of us had already spent our money anyway. And that mostly went to immediate relief to really try and keep providers open, to allow them to purchase protective equipment, and to help employers and other folks with significant amount of cash influx, right? This second round of funding, the CRR funding, that really came through as a result of the bill that President Trump signed in December. Those funds have already been sort of awarded. Christine was talking about their current CARE program. That program is funded out of that set of money currently. And then we now have this third set of money that's coming in that is our ARPA funds. Those ARPA funds nationally are $1.9 trillion. That's trillion with a T, right? And there's a lot more flexibility in how states are able to use those funds. And a significant amount of that money also passes through to are local governments, and in some cases, entities like the housing authorities or the school districts. So we know that there's basically three primary means that ARPA money is going to pass through, right? So we're going to see that there will be state and local recovery funds that provides around $350 billion in discretionary relief to state, county, and city governments. There's going to be funds made available to the federal agencies for distribution to state agencies. So that means HUD, SAMHSA are the two agencies that we'll probably talk the most about. But those two entities are going to receive federal dollars to provide supplemental or emergency support programs that have specifically defined purposes. And then there's also going to be funds that are made available to federal agencies for distribution directly to local government, businesses, nonprofit organizations, often in the form of grants. So in Kansas, we're currently estimating that there will be over $4.9 billion, that's billion with a B, in COVID-19 relief as part of ARPA. So the federal agencies will continue to determine those allocations and guidance, and we have not received, as Christine was pointing out, a lot of that information yet at the state level. We are working with the Recovery Office and at the state level, and also a consulting group that's been hired by the state to assist in planning how to use all these funds. So currently in Kansas, we're estimating that there will be $1.6 billion for the state government for discretionary purposes. There's going to be $1.2 billion for education, $989 million, so almost $1 billion, for county and city governments, also for discretionary purposes. $412 million for social services, $250 million for housing assistance, and those would include the funds that Christine was talking about today. $209 million for healthcare, and ARPA also is offering additional funds for states that implement Medicaid expansion. I'm honestly not, I don't have a lot of faith in the idea that we're going to have Medicaid expansion happen here in Kansas. But if we did, there would be an additional 5% increase of the federal medical assistance percentage, or FMAP, that would help cover folks that are on Medicaid for the types of services that we're likely to talk about today for people with disabilities. So what I'm going to talk about next are just some kind of highlights of some things that I think are true about these funds. And if you bear with me and sort of understand that we're still waiting on a lot of information at this point. But that's a good thing, because that means that we're having this summit now at a point in time where we can be creative and come up with some ideas for our framework that can then be proposed to the state for consideration. So number one is that, as Christine pointed out, these funds are going to be available for 3 years. So they don't all have to be spent as quickly as the CARES funds did. The CARES funds, we really had to figure out a way to get the money out and get it out fast. We now have the time, and Matthew mentioned this in an earlier planning meeting, but we can talk about what our immediate needs are, what our short-term needs are, and maybe what some of our longer-term needs might be around sustainable development of infrastructure, those kinds of things. there's intended uses of the funds as just kind of a blanket are to respond to the public health emergency and its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, and impacted industries. Providing premium pay to eligible government workers that are performing essential work during COVID-19, or providing grants to employers with employees who perform essential work. Providing government services to the extent of lost revenue from COVID-19 public health emergency, relative to revenues in the fiscal year prior to the pandemic, and making investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. All right. So some of the things that I think are interesting for us is, first off, the 1.6 billion that's coming to the state for the recovery fund. So in this case, the Treasury will provide direct relief to the state government that's based on an equal distribution amongst all states and partly on the state share of the unemployment that they experienced in the 3-month period ending December 2020. So Kansas calculations are that that's going to be $1.6 billion for Kansas. And just as an example, at KDADS, I'm anticipating that we're going to request $300 million out of that fund to help cover issues like limited access to care, workforce shortages, and support for school-aged children. Then there's another $564 million that's going to go to the county governments in Kansas. I don't have an estimate for Douglas County yet, but these are going to be typically provided. It says with no county receiving less than what would be typically provided through the federal community development block grant entitlement formula. So, Jill, if you're able to poke around and find out what that formula means for Douglas County, we might be able to figure out how much of that 564 million is coming to the county. Just for references, in this document, they cite that Johnson County is estimated to receive 116.8 million. And our smallest county, Greeley County, is expected to receive 240,000. And the way that will work is the Treasury will send out 50% of the funds shortly. Like we'll probably receive those in the next few weeks, I imagine. And then the remaining 50% will be paid out a year from now, basically. In addition to that, there's 251.6 million that's going to metropolitan cities for discretionary use. So that's direct relief to 9 cities in Kansas. So for Lawrence, the KLRD estimate is that Lawrence will receive 18.9 million in discretionary funding. And again, they're going to receive basically 50% of that this year and 50% of it next year. So then additionally, at the local level, there's 830 million for K through 12 education. And these are part of their, like everything's in a bucket, right? So this is part of their elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund. And states have to allocate 90% of that funding to local education entities, right? So that means that the school districts here in Douglas County will all be receiving a amount of funding that's proportionate to what they receive under the Title I of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So that's their Title I. Title I is the mechanism that they're using to allocate the funds, but the funds are in this ESSER bucket, right? So the local education agencies or the school districts are then required to allocate 20% of that funding towards learning loss programs, and funding can be used for preparing and responding to COVID-19, addressing student needs, etc. Right? But then out of the 10% that's remaining at the state agency, 5% has to be used to address learning loss, 1% is for summer programs, 1% is for after school programs, and then they have about a half of 1% that they can use for their admin costs. So there's likely to be a very small amount of funding at the state level for education. But we are hoping that some of that will be used for behavioral health needs of the kids. So all of that funding will be coming through the local districts. And then there'll be funding for higher education, which will probably, go at some level into KU. There'll be funding for education of individuals with disabilities. There'll be funding for emergency assistance to non-public schools. But interestingly, there's also, as part of the ESSR fund, there's $5.4 million that's set aside for education of homeless children, that can be used to provide wraparound services and ensure that homeless children are able to attend and fully participate in school activities in light of the challenges of COVID-19. That funding is still coming to the state. There's $2.6 million for libraries, with the idea that, again, a lot of that funding is allocated for the library services and the technology at the libraries. There's an emergency connectivity fund that oversees telecommunication equipment, wireless internet hotspots, modems, routers, computers, for use by students and library patrons. That goes, I think, usually through the FCC for that program. There's $133 million for child care and development block grant, $213 million for child care stabilization, $43 million for low-income energy assistance program, or LIHEAP, that many of you are probably familiar with. $8 million for Head Start, $5.1 million for emergency assistance that can support one-time benefits such as cash and vouchers for eligible families with low incomes experiencing a crisis. That initial allocation is based on the share of children and expenditures for our TANF program from 2019. There's $5 million for child care entitlements, $2.3 million for community-based child abuse prevention, $976,000 for child abuse prevention state grants, family violence prevention. See what else we got here. Christine mentioned the water program. So there's a low income drinking water and wastewater energy assistance fund that's going to go through HHS. That's 500 million for grants to states to support water assistance programs. It's intended to assist low-income households by providing funds to operators of public water systems. So in Lawrence, that would be the city. And funds will be allocated by a formula for that. For community living, there's 6.4 million for congregate and home delivered meals. That will come through KDADs on our aging side and through the AAAs. There's 4 million for supportive services. This is supplemental funding that again will go through our local AAAs to provide support services for people over 60. There's 1.2 million for family caregiver services. So that's funding that'll be provided to KDADs and go through our AAAs that'll help support family members that are caregivers and provide in-home or community care to anybody with that is providing those services to an older adult. Or it will also compensate grandparents who are relative caregivers for children or disabled adults. There's some money for disease prevention, some money for long-term care ombudsmans that'll go through KDADs. For healthcare, there is an abundance of funding that's related to health centers and other services. For our mental health and substance abuse block grants at KDADs, we're going to receive 20.4 million. That will help with the types of support services that the population we're trying to serve needs. There's additional funding that's going to go to HHS and will be made available for grants that will address things like training of mental health and behavioral health workforce, expanding EBPs, addressing surge capacity related to mental and behavioral health needs, providing services, and then expanding behavioral health preventative and crisis intervention services. So that's 50 million that'll be available nationwide. For community-based SUD grants, there's 30 million that'll be available nationwide. And then there's also opportunities for mental and behavioral health training through HRSA to help with professional development and workforce development. And additional money for WIC and SNAP and CSFP, which are all programs that assist with nutrition for low-income families. And then for economic development, there's a significant amount of money available for that as well. And there's some specific funds that are targeted for industries that were particularly impacted by COVID. And let's see what else is on here. Some labor stuff, some law enforcement and justice security type issues. And then the housing assistance, the CARA program, as we've stated already, is expected to receive 152.1 million for emergency rental assistance. 56.6 million for the homeowner assistance fund and 39.3 million for the home investment partnerships program. And then there's also for EFSP, which is sometimes used for shelter expenses and things like that. There is 2.2 million that'll be coming into the state, but we don't know how much would be coming directly to Douglas County or Lawrence. TBRA is going to probably receive additional adjustments for the Section 8 renewals. There's specific funds for Native American housing relief that will be provided through the Native American Housing Block Grant and the Indian Community Block Grant. There's also some stuff that HUD's going to be doing around fair housing initiatives programs and housing counseling through HUD. So that's kind of the majority of the stuff that I think is likely to impact the kinds of things that we're talking about in the summit. And again, like we're still working on what our overall request for the agency at KDADS is going to be for our out of that 1 point whatever billion that the state's 1.6 billion that the state's getting for discretionary costs. So I anticipating that KDADS will probably be asking for a significant portion of that funding so that we can use it to provide services to those that have disabilities. So that was a lot. What kind of questions do you guys got?
Yeah, thank you, Andy. I'm going to suggest let's take a 1 minute break. You're welcome to turn your video off. If you're in a place where you can stand or stretch or both, do that. I'm setting the timer for 1 minute.
Sorry, Andy, what did you say the 1.6 billion specifically is going for, your first big number? I don't know if you might be stretching.
I was stretching, but the 1.6 billion is the amount of money that the recovery office in Kansas is going to receive that is for discretionary spending.
Thank you.
All right, take about 15 more seconds. All right, and as you're settling back in, let's continue what Steve did. What are some questions you have about the content of what Andy shared, things that you need to better understand?
Hopefully I did not stun you all into silence.
Well, I love funding, so I've got questions as others more smarter than I am have questions. So you're saying there's 1.9 trillion, right, in total to the 50 states. So I divide the 50 and then I get 38 billion per state. So is it like a per capita that you see this estimate of 4.9 billion is by our population that will get?
Yeah, so let me see if I can pull that back here. So 1.9 trillion total in federal spending. And
you said we estimate we'll get
four. Yeah. And so in Kansas, all told through all of the federal programs, they're estimating that Kansas will receive 4.9 billion of that 1.9 trillion.
Right, which is about 8% or 11-12% of what, in other words, you took 1.9 trillion, divide it by 50, you get 38 billion per state. So what I'm wondering is how they allocate, is it by number of people in the state?
Yeah, well, Yes, I mean, like, because there's so many different programs involved in this bill, there are different allocation methods for different programs. But generally speaking, Kansas is about 1% of the population of the country. So I usually use that to kind of make my guess about how much money Kansas is going to get whenever the big federal dollar number gets announced. But this 4.9 billion is work that KLRD did, which is our Kansas Legislative Research Department. And so they dug a lot deeper than I would normally dig to make my own estimates. But this 4.9 billion is the predicted amount that's going to come to all levels of government in Kansas, all private businesses, all nonprofits, et cetera.
You had mentioned in another meeting that this amount of money available to us in the state of Kansas hasn't been seen since the 1970s.
Well, maybe even longer than that. I would really kind of consider this to be a once in a lifetime kind of situation. So
opportunity is in gathering together the best proposal, as I would currently say, to make you guys look good. Hey, here's how we're going to spend the money effectively.
Right. I want you guys to come up with a wonderful framework that I can take to the recovery office that will convince them that we want to spend money in Lawrence and Douglas County.
Andy, and I guess, Steve, were you done with your question? Okay, great. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. So, you listed a lot of programs. Oh, it just started pouring on us here in Lawrence.
That's what.
Sorry. You listed a lot of programs. I think probably a lot of kind of existing program structures, funding streams. Is there anything that stands out in your analysis as kind of unique opportunities that maybe this group or we should be homing in on? Because a lot of what it sounded like was kind of just surge funding and existing infrastructure, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So for me, I think the part that really stands out is the discretionary funds that are going to be coming to the different levels of government. And so I think we have an opportunity here to leverage those discretionary funds at the state level to help support programming at the local level. And so I feel like it's certainly, I think, the mindset of the recovery office and the consultants that we work with that we have a lot of opportunity here to be creative about how we use those discretionary funds. And it's great to have all the surge funding in the programs, but like Christine was describing, those programs have a lot of limitations on them. So when we're talking about buckets of funding, right, there are some very specific buckets that are going to provide funding that will help our cause. And there are also these very large buckets of discretionary money, which are much less confined in terms of how they can be used. Does that answer your question, Brandon? Yeah, okay. So for example, like I said, we're planning on requesting for BHS about 300 million in those discretionary funds.
So for the purpose of, one thing I want to ask you really quickly, Andy, was did you mention housing choice vouchers in your list that you just read?
Yeah, the
Okay.
TBRA program, Section 8 vouchers. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Because housing authorities are going to get a specific influx of vouchers for assisting people who are exiting homelessness or have a history of homelessness. So that's really great. And I think we want to, I don't see Shannon on this call, but I think we do want to engage Shannon around a program model that's going to, how are we going to use those vouchers locally? And then how are we going to provide support for those folks? Because Section 8 and housing choice doesn't typically port in with the supportive services that clients need to be successful on Section 8. And then that kind of leads me to my second question, which is really a question for all of us to consider as we're planning or coming up with the framework, which I hope is going to be rooted in best practices, especially housing first practices. I think if we're going to achieve our goal of ending chronic homelessness, we have to all be really rooted in a housing first framework and an understanding of those principles. However, for some of our, folks that locally who we're the most concerned about and have the highest barriers to housing, those people are going to need time unlimited support. And a lot of this discretionary funding that we're talking about is going to have a sunset, whether in 3 and some of these programs in 5 years. So, and lots of the folks between now and then will just continue to need support for living independently in housing. And so we want to develop some models and frameworks that are self-sustaining over the long haul for our clients. For some folks will be able to leave a permanent supportive housing opportunity and move on to Section 8. And for other folks, that will never be a possibility for them. And so I think I just wanted to set that as a goal of the framework is we have an opportunity to establish new programs and establish new models. But part of those models is having an understanding of how many people locally are we going to have to be supporting for the duration of their lives in permanent supportive housing.
And Renee, were there responses you were looking for?
No, I'm just establishing kind of like the challenge.
All
So
right,
that's it.
So let's keep going with questions or thoughts about how to apply what you have heard this afternoon. What does this mean for your community and your stakeholders?
I think it's important to try and figure out all the different types of funding streams that will be looking at using this discretionary funding, and to try to at least get some kind of amount that's realistically applicable to the domain that we're talking about here today. So homeless and housing services, because I know that there's going to be a lot of other types of projects and or services and sectors and agencies that some of these dollars are going to be also targeted for. So any project we do we would like to, I mean, it'd be good to have an amount that we can realistically expect to be able to utilize. Other than the 1.6 billion that's coming to the state for discretionary funding, and I know, Andy, you said that there are some calculations that have not been done, for example, on the county level that would determine approximately how much funding would be coming there. Mm-hmm. Is there some way for us to get a decent ballpark figure on the total level of discretionary funding that is going to be available and that perhaps would be available locally, i.e. for Douglas County in this?
Yeah. And so, Matthew, this is the way I'd like us to think about it, at least for the next 24 hours or so, is that don't limit yourself to a dollar amount.
Sure.
Right. Build a system that you think Lawrence and Douglas County need, and then tell me how much that costs.
Yeah.
Right. Because what we really want to do, I think, is be able to present to the recovery office, right, detailed information about how these funds can and will be utilized to address chronic homelessness, right? And that the impact of that is that we can demonstrate how we are leveraging those discretionary dollars to the grant funds that are available through the, through HUD or through SAMHSA, right? We can use that discretionary money to leverage local support from the city and the county, possibly the school district. And it starts to build momentum, right? But I literally am going to be trying to figure out how to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. Right.
I'll put it out here now. I'd say just from the get-go, we need 300 plus dedicated units with support staff. At least half of those are going to have to be, as Renee said, long-term, possibly lifelong support units that are going to be there forever for those clients. The other half can be used on more of a housing first and then relocate or transitional basis. But at least 300 units, a central social service center for all of us to have a presence, and that is a one-stop shop, and a way for us to coordinate a lot more easily. We can just shout across the hall, i.e. in that situation, instead of, doing the kind of things we're doing today. And is also designed to meet a few different, SUD, mental health, as well as just families getting on their feet, et cetera. So 3 or 4 different target groups in different, probably 3 or 4 different larger projects around town. Some of those should be apartments. Some of those should probably be smaller footprint houses that don't share walls. Some of those should be, a wide selection or continuum of housing that is involved in that 300 units that meet multiple kinds of needs. Some people are okay living with folks in an apartment style setting. Some people are not. So I would say 300 plus minimum.
300 is a good number, I think, and I think we have a lot of data that can justify that. So we can kind of come together and use our data to put a framework or do a needs analysis with that. And there's a lot of, again, kind of going back to how are we going to support people over the long haul? For instance, support 300 people over the long haul. And then also, how do we prevent that number from growing over time? So that should be a part of our framework as well. Because if you only get a once in a generation chance to establish this base of supportive housing, then you want to do what you need to do locally to prevent folks from that number ballooning. And certainly in Lawrence, we have a great affordable housing initiative and foundation to work off of. But again, on the supportive services side, one of the interesting program models that I've heard people discuss is a supportive services trust. So this is something that I've heard a lot of sign up at webinars that's been pitched lately. It's just like we have a housing trust. Can we establish some kind of endowment or some kind of base for providing care for folks on a housing first basis? It's an idea like that. We really need some innovative ideas like that in a state where Medicaid expansion is a nil possibility. So I just wanted to offer that as well. So we're kind of thinking prevention, upstream, downstream, immediately remedying homelessness as quick as we can for folks. And then over a generations period, how are we going to support people for that length of time?
I'd like to add on to that. I think that creates a great discussion point for the city and the county to figure out how best to support those issues moving on. Because you're right, this is a once in a lifetime thing. This is why I think Matthew's correct in that we need to utilize that to build the structures, to secure actual locations, brick and mortar places for people to live and get the whole situation up and running. But that means that the city and the county need to come to some kind of agreement where they can figure out how they are paying for this kind of thing to maintain it in the future. And so I think that's going to be key to figuring out where we go from there.
Thank you, David. I mentioned in the chat we're within 5 minutes of a next break. So if you have thoughts or questions you've not been able to get in, please jump in now or use the raise hand feature or ask them in the chat.
Craig, do you want to talk about your comment in the chat box about strategic outcomes?
Yeah, thanks. Craig Owens, city manager, and a recent graduate of all three programs that Joyce and Seth put on. So I wanted to show my KLC chops there. I'm very excited about this. And I think, Andy, your prompt here is going to what I kind of thought this was about, this 2 days is about, is defining, what does real success look like? What do we need? What do we need and the people need of our community to be successful in this? Start with that and then work out, how do we achieve that result? And we're in a historic time. Why limit ourselves with the incrementalism of starting with where can we scrounge the money up? Right. And so I think it's extremely exciting, and it really is. This is a game changer. So I was just excited that this was the conversation and where it's headed, with so many great people that have been doing such heroic work in our community for so long here all together.
Yeah. And I do want to point out too, Craig, just so that everybody can hear me say it, like my intention here is not to create a pool of funding that's competitive, right? Like what I want to do is fund a plan. And if we can use that as our vision for what we're trying to accomplish, I appreciate it, because I don't want people to feel like you have to squabble over whose population is going to get served first, or whether or not we need nickels and dimes in one area or another, because there's plenty of money to go around right now, and I think we can fund something that's comprehensive.
One of the questions in chat is, can you articulate the long-term cost savings to end homelessness when addressing this issue in balance with all the other requests?
Yeah, well, we certainly will make that point to the recovery office, right? And if there's information that you guys want to include in sort of your final proposal, right? Please feel free to do that. I kind of structured this where we were looking at assessment and then planning, and developing your need statement, right, is part of the goal here, right? But the other side of the coin is you also want to look at the sustainability of it and what the long-term impact is, right? And we'll hear some tomorrow about kind of the impacts that Housing First can have on savings. We'll hear a little bit about ACT teams and how those function and this kind of savings that those generate. Right now, we're in the middle of some really major changes that are happening at the state level around behavioral health. And we're soon going to be moving towards a structure of having CCBHC models or programs, which are really designed to use evidence-based practices, address crisis needs, and focus on really kind of reducing the readmission to hospitals, utilizations of emergency rooms, those kinds of things. So those are savings that will be seen as part of that systems change. But additionally, there's going to be a significant impact in just providing these Housing First programs. And I don't remember how long ago the article came out, but I remember years ago in Lawrence, there was a study done on just like one homeless individual and what the costs to the county and the city were for that individual. And it's a significant amount of money. And if we can find ways to keep folks stable in their own homes, we will really be putting a dent in a lot of the systems. And I think Lawrence and Douglas County have already done an immense amount of work on this in a lot of other areas where they've been investing in behavioral health as a way to produce cost savings in other areas. So I feel like I'm preaching to the choir when I talk about it, but we'll definitely be making that case at the state level.
Very good. We do want to honor the breaks. If you want to keep the chat going over the break, it's there for you, but we're going to pause and reconvene at 2:45 p.m. When we come back, please be prepared to do some more work in small groups.
All right, see everybody in 15.
I have reposted our goal for today and trying to do that in an effort to make sure everyone's on the same page. I know there have been a few people who have joined us this afternoon and later this afternoon. So again, we are trying to work toward creating a framework to connect all of the efforts in Lawrence and Douglas County and identify areas where more investment and support may be needed and provide information on funding that may be available and how to braid it together. So we've been talking about a lot of things today, and a lot of data gathering has been done. We have one final component of data gathering and idea gathering that we'd like to ask you to do together. And we're going to do that in a typical, but maybe fairly typical way that some of you have experienced. We've put a little bit of a spin on it, but most of you have been through what we would call a SWOT analysis. We're going to call this a mixture of a SWOT and a SOAR analysis. And so your work will be called a SORT analysis, S-O-A-R-T. And for those of you who have been through a SWOT or a SOAR, you know that you're trying to do things like highlight strengths, you're trying to look for opportunities, you're trying to elevate aspirations, look at how to measure results, and then acknowledge any threats to the work you're trying to do. How we are going to do this work is we've created a worksheet, and you will have one of us from CEI in your breakout group. We'll put you in breakout groups. And we will be helping guide you through those components of the SWOT analysis. Now, some of the work on this SWOT analysis, you likely will feel like you've done already. And to help you with that, we'll post in the chat the combination of efforts that you put together from this morning's work in your breakouts. And so you won't have to recreate the wheel on everything. However, we would like you to think about for example, if you talk about highlighting strengths of the current Lawrence Douglas County housing and homelessness efforts, you're not necessarily naming a program, you're naming some strengths about the system, your strengths about what you are currently doing, not necessarily the how, although there may be some strengths in the how you are coming together or working together. When you're looking at opportunities, I want you to think about not only identifying opportunities where you really could make progress, but what is holding you back also. So that's on this worksheet. And when you want to elevate aspirations, which I've heard some of you name some of those, especially in that last segment, I just want you to think about elevating aspirations for what success could look like. And for opportunities and aspirations, if you'll start to think about what are things that you could do in the short term, what are things that could be done in the midterm, and things that could be done in the long term to address housing and homelessness needs. And then you'll be brainstorming on some of the metrics, specifically, how can we really measure the results of what we are proposing to do? And then acknowledging any threats to successful housing or homelessness efforts in Lawrence Douglas County. All of this work you are doing today will be ready and available for the group who is working on this framework and planning tomorrow. So thank you for everything that you are providing today and all the brainstorming you're doing. So let's see, next steps would be, Rexy will be putting us into groups. Like I said, you'll have one of us in each of your groups. And I think, Andy, are you still filling in for a facilitator in one group?
Yes.
You're still available? Good. Okay, so one of you will have Andy. And we'll take notes for you. Your job is to continue to brainstorm and create ideas and help us fill out this worksheet that will be then made available to you. So questions that you might have from me before I send you to breakout groups. Right, you're gonna have
Yes,
between
yes,
now.
yes, Joyce, I've sent you a thing in the chat. I don't run any organization. I don't work in any organization. I know just about nothing about what you're talking about. I know the terms zero, build for zero. I know the terms. I just know a few of the really, really, really basic terms. So I want to listen. So I won't be able to contribute anything. I just want to listen about people's aspirations.
Okay, can we put you in a group and you can listen and let yourself be surprised when you do contribute? You probably have some ideas or maybe even some experience that you can share. So, but we're more than happy to have you in a group to listen. All right, anybody that needs to listen, please feel free to go into your groups to do so. We will have you in these groups and for about 45 minutes. And so around 3:30-ish, maybe 3:35. And then when we come back, we will have a very brief time for each group to have a report out. So when you are in your small groups, make sure that you work with your facilitator to decide what you want to have reported out. So you won't have a whole lot of time to do that report out, but we realize that some of you may feel like, well, I missed what the other groups were talking about. So we're trying to give some summaries for what each of the groups are talking about. So, all right. If no other questions, we will launch you and see you again in about 45 minutes.
Joyce, real quick, just so everybody knows, we are going to compile all of this and share it with you once the summit's over. So you'll get copies of both what happens today and what happens tomorrow in your email inbox.
Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
All right, facilitators ready?
Looks like Andy is in room 1. I'm just checking to make sure everybody has a facilitator. And Carrie's in room 2. And Joyce is in room 3. And Megan's in room 4. So you all here in the main room, you're stuck with me. The good news is that we have until 3:30, so we have close to 40 minutes to do this. And your conversations this morning should feed some of this work. And in the chat, if you haven't already, you should be able to find the compiled notes from this morning. The areas that we'll be looking at are strengths, opportunities for progress and what's holding us back, aspirations for what a successful environment and initiative looks like, ways to measure results of our efforts. So how would we know if we were making progress, and a chance to acknowledge threats. And in general, this will be more productive if we're able to notice things that are short, medium, and long term. We can start with any of these questions. Who'd like to suggest a place to start?
Let's start with strengths.
All right, John.
It's right at the top of the list.
And I'll just acknowledge I'm a great speller and a terrible typist, so whatever you see that looks like gobbledygook, I'll clean up later. What are some strengths of the current efforts around housing and homelessness in Lawrence Douglas County?
So I see several strengths. First is the people engaged in the activity. And I won't name anyone specific in case I upset the rest of them. Also, I think there is, across most of the organizations here, a passion to see this initiative through and successful. I also think it's worth mentioning that we have this once in a lifetime opportunity, financially speaking. And I think also we have some exceptional organizations in our county.
What else would you add to this strengths list?
I would just add, and I think everything that John just mentioned encompasses this. I believe Lawrence, in particular, Douglas County in general, does an incredible job of managing homelessness. Rises to the occasion. This last winter was a prime example of that. We already talked about, the number of ways in which we came together as a community and, made sure that everybody that wanted shelter during the cold period of time had a place to go. Managing it. What I'm incredibly encouraged about this whole process is we are moving the needle from simply managing it to being serious about ending it. And I'm hopeful that all of the same people, not just those gathered here today, but everybody in the community that's always stepped up to the plate with a passion to manage homelessness will have the same passion and desire to get on board with us to literally end it.
Thank you for that.
I would maybe add to that list that I do think that the coordinated entry process is heading us in the right direction with a lot of really critical agency collaboration.
Other things that should go on this list of strengths that you want to acknowledge and leverage?
I think we have really dedicated and committed grassroots community organizations and community members that are being really intentional about working with community nonprofit social services and local government. And I think we are strengthened and advance more quickly because of the efforts of those community groups.
Yeah, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but those relationships are not always easy to maintain because those groups often want overlapping but different things and have different priorities. It is fine to come back and add to this. And would you like to move next to aspirations or to opportunities and what's holding us back?
Pick one.
Leah, you were the last speaker. Where's your energy?
Well, I'm thinking of opportunities.
Well, then let's keep going there. So where can we make progress and what is holding us back? It's fine to refer to some of those notes this morning. I know there were some gaps and challenges noted this morning.
I couldn't get my Word doc to open, but I mean, I can say that, I think Matthew identified just one of the things holding us back are just caseloads, just pure and simple, the manpower to be able to handle everything. Everyone is doing an exceptional job of handling it with the resources that we have, but it really could help if we had some additional folks out there helping out.
So I might be a bit of a broken record, but I've seen a lot of increased collaboration through the efforts with Unified Command and looking at housing and other human service needs. And I see a lot of potential in being able to continue that really strong collaboration into recovery and beyond. I've been thinking about a conversation that I had over 2 years ago now, after we had a community conversation on homelessness. And after that community conversation, a group of us, all of who are in this summit today, came together and talked about, well, what is needed next? And we identified that really our community needs a comprehensive community plan for ending homelessness, reducing homelessness, connected to affordable housing and other infrastructure and other issues. And we still have not gotten to a place where that has been developed. And so even in the last conversation, I'm seeing a lot of, from people's vantage points, this is what we need based on my vantage point or my program or my population that I'm working with. But we still don't have a really comprehensive strategic plan where each of us are sort of plugging in our work and where we can see the progress that we're making as a community. And I think that that's something that's holding us back, because we continue to look at it from our own vantage point as opposed to a comprehensive community issue, where when opportunities like this come up, we can say, oh, well, we have a plan, and this is how we can use this new funding to really fuel our plan. Instead, we're always in the situation of, okay, where are our priorities? How do we leverage the funding? And I feel like it really trips us up and hampers progress.
That is such a good point. Moving from that mindset of being reactive to proactive but we haven't been able to in the last year, to be able to do that, because we really have had to just react to everything that's been happening. So to actually kind of have this moment where we can kind of shift from reactive to proactive is healthy.
Yeah, it's that interesting idea of what creates enough productive heat to make progress possible. And maybe this is one of those moments, which doesn't mean, Leah, that 2 years ago when you said this, you weren't right. Where else do you see opportunity, or do you see things that might be holding us back? And oh, please go ahead.
So I manage the coordinated entry system for 101 counties, and we are doing great, amazing work. And especially in Douglas, which is one of the regions that are most advanced, in my opinion. However, for the coordinated entry system, I have, including myself, 3 dedicated staff to coordinated entry to cover 101 counties. So I have no staff in Douglas, which is one of our biggest areas with the most need to do VI SPDATs, to do our remote VI SPDATs that we're working with KDADs for, to doing data entry, to uploading them, to referring them. I have no dedicated staff. Tucker is amazing and he's doing amazing, but the work he does for coordinated entry is out of the goodness of his heart, because he believes in this work. So that, in my opinion, is holding us back, because I don't have a person to dedicate to Douglas fully.
And Shanae, at the risk of stating the obvious, what is the result of that?
Well, as of right now, we did, Bert Nash did a massive amounts of VI Spadats when we had the winter shelter. They volunteered to go over there. We've been picking up a lot of remote VI Spadats in Douglas. But we're honestly behind in entering those VI Spadats in the system and therefore connecting them to agencies that have availabilities for that. Because again, Bert Nash is doing whenever they can, squeeze it in around their normal work, and that I'm also covering 101 counties with my 3 staff. So we're working on all that together, and we're doing what we can with what we got, but it's honestly slowing down the connections directly from clients to programs, unfortunately.
Thank you for that.
Hey, and this is Missy, and I'm going to weigh in on that piece because I'm part of the work that's being done with coordinated entry. So one of the other issues that we have, and I 100% agree with Shanae, we've got to have somebody who can get on the team with the COC specific to Douglas County. If COVID has taught us anything, it's taught us that those numbers are extremely high as far as call-ins and referrals. And the other thing that we're going to miss out on is accurate data. So when we talk about sustainability, if we have the COC falling behind because of not enough staff, some of those data sets are going to be skewed when it comes time for them to report numbers. And those numbers is what helps us get future funding and sustainability for the current projects that we have that are working.
Thank you, Missy. Aaron, anything to add in there?
I guess one of the areas, and I'm going to go kind of back to my previous life working with the prisons. I know as a discharge planner, I struggled with getting clients connected from the prison back into Lawrence specifically, more so maybe some of the other counties, unless thinking far western Kansas. And these were clients that were homeless prior to prison, maybe spent a year or 2 with us, and they're going back out homeless in some fashion or other. So unless we are able to get them connected to Oxford, which was pretty few and far between, or they went right to inpatient treatment, a lot of them did go back out to street homeless or living with some more undesirable people just as a place to rest their head.
Thank you. And Jill, I see that you've been able to rejoin us.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
Oh, no, please. We are currently talking about what are opportunities and what might be holding us back as part of mapping out this SWOT and SOAR document. So again, it's fine to bounce around, and when you think of something we missed, let's by all means go back. We've got all the way till 3:30. But let me suggest we switch to some aspirations. And we've heard some bold things stated today. It's fine to restate those. But what does a successful housing and homelessness related environment or initiative look like for Lawrence Douglas County.
Well, I would say just in general, to me, what it looks like is that we've actually reached functional zero, which, as everybody knows, doesn't mean we no longer have any homeless people walking on the streets, but we do have a path in place, no matter who, no matter what. There is a path in place for anybody who wants out of that to get out of it. So, I mean, that's the goal, isn't it? Functional zero.
Feels right and important to me.
And we have to add to that we haven't just reached it and let's have a big party, but we understand the sustainability aspect of that as well. You can leave the party part out. So.
All right, but I hope I'm invited anyway.
Well, I know I jumped in just as Erin was speaking, but I heard her mention some of the challenges around folks that are being released from correctional facilities and specific to Douglas County. And I just, and specifically Oxford houses as a, looking at the use as those as a model that perhaps we could pursue a bit more in terms of that's one thing that I know that the county is looking at as an aspiration in our work of trying to expand supportive housing opportunities and in the community. If we know that that is a need, how we can utilize the most low barrier and supportive and affordable, because affordable in my mind is a sustainability. If it's going to be funded through local government, even state and federal government partners. Oxford house models are an expansion of those is an aspiration for us. I know it's something that we're just starting to understand at the county level in terms of how we expand supportive housing in the community. So an aspiration for us is that we do have more supportive housing, whether longer term supportive housing opportunities for folks in the community that could transition to more permanent opportunities and independent living that really fulfill that recovery mindset for folks. But those are the aspirational things that I'm thinking of.
In my perfect world, there is a list of landlords who are just waiting to receive referrals for rapid rehousing. That would be what because then you've got that flow chart of how the system works. You come in this space and it's not taking 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks to find an available unit. It's okay, we have the funds, we've got everything in order here, we've got a place. And right now it's not working like that. But in my perfect world, there's a whole list of landlords just waiting to get that call that somebody's ready to move into their unit.
I would second that in that so that social workers and case managers aren't spending their time trying to do the work that should just make good business sense for landlords.
Agreed. That ties into the challenges piece about the caseloads. It's all tied together. Yeah.
So one aspirational goal I would like to see is, I'm going to be optimistic, ending generational poverty. So that if we can affect positively the parents today, and I have seen this, we can more significantly affect the children in terms of their ability to learn, be educated, get good paying jobs, etc., etc.
And that there are opportunities for every person in our community along this continuum, whether it's transitional housing, permanent supported housing, or permanent affordable housing, that every single person has a home in some way or another. And yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, we need more affordable housing in our community as well. And I guess as another aspiration, that no child would experience homelessness or houselessness. And that's something I want to look at as well, as, you know, the trauma that is incurred from not just staying at a shelter environment, but from couch surfing or living in a car, or any of those situations that aren't technically defined as homelessness, but in which children are, you know, just experience mass amounts of trauma.
And Leah, I would be remiss if I didn't share that I've been off the meeting for the last hour because I was taking what I think is our last group through Operation Breakthrough, which is a model that we're looking to adapt for Lawrence Douglas County in terms of a 2-generational interrupter of poverty, interrupting those cycles of poverty for families that are on a daily, hourly basis experiencing trauma, homelessness, and how we can truly interrupt those. So making these connections to homelessness just being a symptom of other needs in the community that we really can adopt some solutions to.
I really appreciate the capacity you all are showing for this kind of larger adaptive thinking, and recognizing that what's exciting and what's challenging here is how much these things overlap. We don't have to get super specific here, but we are looking for some ideas that would help to jumpstart work tomorrow. When you think about those aspirations, what are some metrics or indicators that would show we were making progress?
I mean, I would say maybe the time between somebody fills out a VI SPDAT and the time that they're housed. I mean, that's something that's measurable. We measure it in our department with building permits. How long does it take from when somebody submits an application to, you know, when they get their ability to start their development? So that's a simple one that'll give you results. So.
Number of landlords. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You also want to measure recidivism rates. So after you've provided a service, a homeless service, did they become homeless again at what percentage?
Mm.
I was going to say, I'm not sure the right metric, exact metric, but something related to what Danny talked about with, you know, number of landlords that are willing to accept, what number of landlords participating in rapid rehousing programs, accepting Section 8 vouchers, offering rents at that the AMI level that we're looking for.
Can we go a little deeper with that one? Can we also include landlord retention? How many landlords? Increasing the number of landlords is important, but if we're increasing by 10 and losing 8, we're not getting very far.
Absolutely. And I think that that's where that landlord liaison position is going to be so critical. That's, bringing landlords into the program and keeping them there. So I think you could add a result too, that we continue to find funding for that particular position. I think that that's going to show that it was successful in the first place, because it's one-time funding and it's critical that we'll be able to continue that. So.
Danny, did I hear you correctly earlier mention that that's actually a position the city is trying to hire for right now?
It's actually the Housing Authority. The Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority was the applicant to ESG for that. Mm-hmm. So it's a position for the actual liaison, and there's also a pot of money for landlord incentives.
Gotcha.
But yes, they are actively recruiting for that position.
So it's beyond aspirational, at least.
Yes, I'm just saying sustaining.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to.
No, that's
I understand. That's not a want down the road. It's actually happening today.
Yeah, that was something wonderful that came from Jill. So
good.
She saw it in another community and kept it for quite a while, and then brought it to us when this funding came down.
So I guess from a state level, one of the things I would like to add, which is a metrics to be able to measure the homelessness stuff, we have a huge problem with people exiting institutions that are high-risk consumers, meaning they're violent, meaning they're aggressive, whether it be from Department of Corrections. But we have seen in programs that we've ran through Department of Corrections that we can reduce that recidivism rate, which impacts the county court systems and law enforcement, the mental health centers, every system that they touch, if they can have sustainable housing. So it's kind of that Maslow's hierarchy of need, but being able to measure the law enforcement contacts, the court, how many people were put into court for felony convictions due to what could in fact be a mental health psychosis episode. So just another thing to throw out.
Kind of piggybacking off of what was just stating. So working with the high risk part of this.
Well, and I would say
working with this high risk population takes a specific skill set that case managers need. So also assessing how many of our case managers are trained with de-escalation and housing first methods and crisis intervention trainings, housing case management specifically as well. So how many of them are given the tools to assist this high risk population is a good one to measure as well.
And we had a little crosstalk. Did we leave anybody behind?
I guess for the sake of getting people connected, this kind of builds on what was just said. Is it worth the investment connecting with those consumers prior to them releasing and building those reports prior to release, instead of the initial contact being when they walk into your office? Because there's staff there that can do that.
That's a great idea.
If we're going to put prior to release, can we also put prior to discharge? Because when we're looking at the system as a whole, we're looking at emergency rooms, we're looking at state hospitalizations, we're looking at state hospital step down units. So those are actually, I probably receive more calls for assistance with that type of a consumer than I actually do the corrections consumer. And as it was stated earlier, the aging population's numbers are increasing.
We have just a few minutes left. I do want to see what you'd like to add to this idea of threats to successful housing and homelessness efforts.
So I want to preface this comment by saying how much I really love and the population we work with. I enjoy them. But I think sometimes we have to deal with the 800-pound gorilla in the room. One of the biggest threats, especially with private landlords, is damage to property. I've known a number of landlords that were keen, they were excited, and then there was damage to property, damage to the environment, such as, what's the word? Such as people coming, having disruptive behavior. And so a number of landlords have come to me over time and say, we wanted to do Section 8, but these were two things we experienced and we're not moving forward.
I would say a threat is just discrimination of different parts of the different neighborhoods, different parts of the city from a neighborhood perspective, and perceived, real or perceived, real or perceived perceptions of people experiencing homelessness. I think we were really careful in the way that we approached the Camp Woody project, in that we spoke to the neighborhood association very early, before we even about the concept, and to see how they would respond. And while they were supportive of it at the very beginning, that wasn't a majority of the neighborhood. So I think just the community allowing the expansion of more housing first opportunities in the community, and whether that's hotels that are refurbished or individual units, transitional, neighborhoods have to accept them.
One or two others? Thank you for naming things that might be a little impolite to say.
Mm-hmm.
In a few minutes, we're going to be asked to share with the larger group a couple or three things that either are really important to this group, or we think might have come up in this group and not likely in others. And I'm going to be primarily responsible for that. What would you like me to say?
I hate to do this, but can we jump back and add one more thing to the threats?
We absolutely can.
Okay.
Which list?
The threats at the very bottom. Basically, I'm not real sure how to word this, but not being able to sustain the programs that we've worked so hard to put together after this money is gone. I think that is a real threat to.
Seth, are you in the right place?
Yeah,
I think you need to go down one.
Yeah,
I'm not. Thank you.
Sorry, I just didn't jump in there quick enough before.
I'm glad to get it.
Before we moved on. Yeah.
I just wanted to echo that I've been standing here thinking of the same thing. And, the other side of the coin is that wages in our community are comparatively so low. and the cost of housing is so high compared to our neighboring communities. And so I haven't wanted to bring in sort of the aspect of wages, but I don't know how we talk about, you know, sustainably, sustainable, affordable housing without that piece of it.
What do you want to make sure the other groups hear from your conversation, knowing that everybody will have the reports and not everybody will read the reports?
Can you go back to the top again and slowly go through it for us?
I will do my best. I'm operating on one tiny screen here.
Hey, Seth, I think one of the things when you ask what to share out to the bigger group, I think what I've heard in the limited time that I've been back with the group is that being accountable for, like, being outcomes focused. There's a commitment to focus on to how are we going to track performance? What are the results? What would success look like in terms of results and outcomes that we're tracking? The VI-SPDAT, amount of time it takes to get to the VI-SPDAT, things like that. That those things matter to us, and we want to be held accountable to those. We don't just want to do all the things because they're the right things. We want to be smart about it, if that makes sense. I'm not very articulate right now.
Thank you for that, Jill. Other ideas about important things to share in the brief time we'll have to report? And Danny, could you?
I think the statement along the way, opportunities for everyone, has to be pretty close to the top of the list.
Seems really important.
That one right there.
And Danny, could you drop into the chat sometime the name of that application? That's a piece of the lingo that I don't know.
Yeah, I think I was talking about the VI-SPDAT, so I will
Yes.
put that in there.
I've now heard that, I'm assuming, acronym several times, and it still doesn't mean anything to me.
And we say it, it's part of our normal everyday conversation.
Yeah, it means it's the Vulnerability Index Service Decision Assistance Tool.
Do you want to put that in the chat, Shanae? Because I'm Googling it right now. So because I remember the vulnerability part and then I can never get the rest of it right. And I'm like trying to spell it in my head. And
did you see how slow I had to say it? I mean, I run that system and I'm like, okay, let me make sure I get every single letter in there. Yes, I will.
Thank you all. We're going to start having people from other rooms joining us. Thank you for your good work and your patience with me.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, folks. It looks like we have most people back now. We do have about 20 minutes to do a brief call out. So I'm hoping that within each of your groups, you did talk a little bit about what you wanted to highlight. And so if you don't mind the order, I'm just going to go down our list of rooms. And Rexy, you might have to remind me how many rooms we had because I went in one of them. So we had 5. Got it. Room 1. Who was room 1?
So that was my room. And a couple of the highlights that we had was amongst our strengths is the current coordination of services and the greater awareness of need in the community, and some of the ground level programming and planning that's already in place as small key components of the overall system. And then for opportunities, one of our short-term goals or opportunities was to leverage the unified command structure lessons from COVID response. In our midterm area, we talked about securing public sector housing and staffing for programming. Long-term, we talked about the consensus of will between city and county governments, and building and purchasing permanent housing assets. For aspirations, we talked about making sure we had adequate housing stock for 300 units with supportive services. We talked about the need for a central facility for social services hub downtown. And we talked about the downtown Lawrence being a partner in efforts. And then for results, we talked about a clear marked decrease in people camping, panhandling, and chronic homelessness, coordinated entry, and then for threats, we listed getting people to all use the same data system, the HMIS, avoiding duplicate entry barriers, and getting your EHRs to maybe talk together. And then caseload and workforce needs, inflow was a big one that came up too, just to make sure we didn't have a lack of prevention or diversion.
So my hope is as you hear some of these call outs, your group might not have listed some of these other ideas. So isn't it great that we had 5 groups to be able to list a lot of these? So thanks, Andy. What about group number 2?
I believe that was my group.
I think that's right, Brandon.
Okay, so if we going down our list, strengths that we highlighted is that we've started already creating a framework of services even prior to this meeting over the last year. The Built for Zero team working within a best practices model, and the commitment in the community among the providers to make data-informed decisions and prioritization of effort. Opportunities, as a holdback, maybe a barrier to address as an opportunity is the cost of housing generally. We can also leverage the willingness to work and collaborate to make change across sectors and agencies. And then just calling out very clearly the opportunity to build units and to hire skilled workers to provide supportive services. Aspirations that we wanted to elevate. We aspire to have robust prevention systems, and also units that are scattered throughout the community that can serve diverse populations. We talked a little bit about different types of units, such as maybe tiny homes. And we also talked about the NIMBY, or more positively, the YIMBY, yes, in my backyard sort of mentality. So that's just to say that we want the community to see that programs are working and to have a snowball effect of support. And then finally, no one, as an aspiration, no one would be in shelter or in an unsheltered situation for a certain time period. So that would be capped at 60 days, 90 days, something like that. Results that we identified were as a need still is to develop good emergency service metrics Some of our data systems don't really help us identify those calls for service related to somebody experiencing mental health, behavioral health, addiction crisis, or somebody who is experiencing homelessness. And so the ability to measure our success would be benefited by developing some of those emergency response metrics, and then positively impacting, continuing to positively impact the recidivism rates. Threats, we identified the lack of long-term sustained funding. We need a structurally balanced long-term plan for how we're going to fund any sort of investments. Low wages and specifically economic development and the lack of economic development opportunity could be a threat. And then actually, that was the last one for us. So just, talking about the best way to prevent somebody from becoming homeless really is has economic implications. And so as we raise wages, we improve the situation for everyone.
Great. Thanks, Brandon. It's really interesting to see how one person's opportunity is somebody else's threat, and where you all put your ideas across the board is going to be interesting. I was part of room 3, and was instructed to read all of them. So I'm not going to do that, but there's some passion in that room around some pretty great ideas. So just to highlight some of the strengths, if I look through the list that was created, which is long actually, some key words that I'm seeing are collaboration and coordination seems to be pretty high, with a long history of doing that in this community and county, including people being engaged from lots of different sectors. So law enforcement being engaged and trained, city and county being fully engaged and financially supportive, lots of working professionals and citizens who also are engaged and at the table, including today. Also some willingness to think creatively and outside of the box for solutions. And then the community is also engaged by being able to place like social work students and let's see, Lawrence being committed to Built for Zero planning. And then also, back on the consumer movement that's been very strong for decades, that they also help create the Lawrence Drop-In Center. On opportunities, data sharing across organizations was stated as a long-term one, given that there's lots of different systems being used. There's an opportunity for more advocacy and education so that everyone understands the who is impacted in this work around homelessness, and advocating with our representatives and developers and city and county and others who some of whom might not understand the housing situation and the difficulty in accessing resources. Tiny house community was both an intermediate answer to this more affordable housing issue long-term. So that did come up in this room. A central location where people can go for help and hope, which is more short-term because there are some of those efforts at play now. Being a model community for other communities in Kansas, and then more collaboration with the faith community. Some other aspirations: to have one data system that all could use, successful permanent housing exit. Once people are housed, they can stay there and not be evicted. A real continuum of housing opportunities and supports, and in-depth, intense, long-term supportive services, more employment programs, more Oxford houses in Lawrence, and living wage jobs. Some of the measurements, numbers of people who are getting into housing, the percent of new affordable housing units, reducing intermittently experienced homelessness, increasing the number of business owners and community members and non-social service folks who are not only engaged, but also impacted in various ways. Looking at numbers on recidivism, ER use, and reduction in the number of people who die homeless. And then threats that were acknowledged were a flux in funding, whether that's federal, state, county, foundation, and private funding and donations. A long-term fear of social services by, a fear of social services by the long-term homeless, or some of them who might not feel safe or good about accessing those services. I think it was brought up, Brandon said, not in my neighborhood mentality, changing that. And then the fact that the homeless population can be very mobile, and a potential threat that if you increase services here, you might attract more who need services. All right, that was group 3. How about group 4?
All right, so group 4, we there is some talk about a little bit of everything in my notes. So there was no specific really order, but really next steps are accountability and best practices need to be developed across the community in the serviceability of the homeless. Homeless voices really need to be included in the process and proposals. This is a necessity because they're the ones that are being affected by this. And something that was talked about a lot was more detailed explanations on what people can do, because current responses when organizations are like, I want to help, how can I help? The responses that they receive from other organizations are pretty vague. And they're like, but what are we trying to do? What can I do to help move us forward? So being more explicit in how you explain it to people. Really, and one of the biggest short-term things that we talked about was workforce development. Training is essential to ending homelessness, but it can also cost a large portion of the fiscal budget. And so we really need to look at training for both clients as well as for providers. And something that really stuck out to me was housing first. The housing first model is one option, but programs shouldn't be limited to that one option. There need to be other models available, other options available, because yes, it's first, but it's good, but it might not work well for everybody. One of the big issues is staffing. There's not enough people to do the job, and there's not enough funds to pay the amount of people that you will need for the job. That was made clear, especially with COVID, because you don't have as many people in your shelter, but at the same time, you're having to make house calls because people are able to stay in their home. And so the gas money and all of that, it gets expensive. Also, long-term goals really require a commitment from both staff and clients, and caseworkers and other staff. There can be high turnover in this type of position. So how can we make sure that we stick to our long-term goals if the staff aren't always there? And then the necessity, really one of the things that really stuck out was the necessity to be honest with the community. This really is a short-term program, but the community is going to have to help in order to make it a successful long-term program. And the need for wraparound support systems, training, workforce development, local communities taking responsibility for the ongoing programs. Communication between those programs is essential. And donor education, making sure that donors understand where their money is going and why it is important that their money is going there. And then the biggest one that stuck out to me was economic development is a necessity, because with better paying jobs, transportation, childcare, healthcare, and the increased corporate giving capacity, you will see the increased economic development and more people are in stable housing. And that is it.
Great. Thanks, Megan. All right, group 5.
And I'm going to speak for group 5, and because we were on video, you can go back and watch our whole conversation, and of course you'll have the notes. So let me just point out 3 things that really stood out for our group. One is this aspiration of opportunities for everyone in the community along the continuum of housing, so that every person has a home in some way. That was an aspiration that really stood out. Something that I thought I really heard in this group that might be a little different, or in addition to what I heard in these other reports, were that this is a group that said outcomes really matter to us, and we want to be smart about how we go about things and be held accountable for results. And they had a really good list of potential metrics. One example, really measuring the time between filling out the vulnerability index. So I learned the term VI SPDAT, and the time when applicants are housed. They really want to be held accountable for progress in those ways. And a threat that I heard voiced in this group was not being able to sustain programs that have started, and continuing to pay attention to that.
Great, thank you. So we have just a couple of minutes right now. I'm wondering if there was something that one of the groups mentioned that somebody else had a question about, like you wondered, what did you mean by that, etc. All right, so hopefully everything was fairly clear. Thanks, Megan, for one more post there. So,
hello, Joyce. I think that each service provider, I want to think about clients and also people that they would employ to build housing, et cetera, or to, okay, there are clients who are homeless, and then there are employees who help the homeless. Okay, those 2 sets of people. I'm not coming up with an answer. I'm coming up with a problem here, and that is the undocumented folk. And I hope that every one of you consider, how can you involve undocumented folk without the feds cutting off your funds or something? That's all.
I knew you could contribute, Catherine. Thank you. All right. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, 2 things then. Andy, I'm going to invite you back to the front of the room, metaphorically, with me for 2 things. One is, could you reiterate about the listening session tonight? And if you have the link now, that would be great to post that. And then secondly, can we talk a little bit about tomorrow, for those of you that are staying on for tomorrow, what we're hoping to accomplish in that space about, building this framework.
Yeah, so I'm gonna grab the link here so I can put that in the chat box. So that's the Zoom link. We're going to be meeting at the community health building in the meeting rooms there at 200 Main Street. But if anybody wants to join us online, you're welcome to do that, and just kind of continue the conversations we've had with more voices of lived experience. And this is really a listening session that we are trying to do so that I can hear from people in the community and take that message back to KDADS. So I invite you guys to participate. Tomorrow, we're going to take the work that we did today, and we're going to start applying that to a framework. And so we'll have Sam Simris will come in the morning, and we'll talk about housing first. We'll have an opportunity for us to dig a little deeper about what other things need to be included in the framework besides just housing first. And then we'll also focus on kind of fleshing out that framework so that it's in a more polished state when we leave for the day. But all in all, I think today we did a lot of really great work, and tomorrow's group is going to be a little bit smaller, but I think we'll have a lot of opportunity to really take what we learned today from the community and apply that in our planning tomorrow.
Great. Andy, and if there's somebody on our team that can just repost an agenda for those that are staying tomorrow so they can see that. So there will be a little bit more time, as Andy said, to explore some of these ideas. And I think, Andy, on one of our calls, planning calls, you said this is sort of planning for the plan.
Right, yeah.
You may or may not walk out with a complete framework, complete plan, but you'll be pretty close, right? A lot of things will be fleshed out by then. So
yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Sorry, we do expect that, tomorrow you're going to leave with basically almost like an outline, right? That continued work by the community to flesh that outline out or build the framework can lead to an organized proposal, right? And that's our hope is that we're giving you just enough of a shot in the arm to get started, that your work will continue. If the community wants to invite us back at some point for further dialogue, I'm happy to do that. But we really want you to present to us what your ideas are and what you'd like to see.
Great, thank you. So for those of you who were curious, we are trying to compile every bit of work you are doing today and be able to send it out to you. So whatever email address you gave us when you signed up to attend, you should get the information at that email. Is there a different link for the 6 to 7 p.m. meeting? So that link, if you'll look in the chat.
I see what happened there. I'm sorry, I'm only sending it to Seth. That's the problem.
I thought you just liked me best.
Right, there we go. Now it's available for everybody.
So there's your link. All right, for anybody that's attending today, any final questions? Any of the facilitation team, any final comments or thoughts to give to participants for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll just say thank you guys for your coming today and participating. I think our turnout was really great and we came up with a lot of really good stuff today. So I appreciate the effort everybody put in and the time you've dedicated to this cause today.
Thank you. Thanks so much. We look forward to seeing those of you that will be back with us tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Thank you, friends. Good work.
Bye, everyone. Great work today.
Thank you, everyone.